Translator born to be. Boom! Long Chen raised Evil Moon and slashed it down. Evil Moon's dragon marks lit up, and an explosive power was unleashed through it. True immortal Jioki was sent flying once more. Evil Moon had finished absorbing the evil dragon soul essence, allowing it to loosen the sovereign seal. It was now able to unleash more of its power. It could no longer be compared to its previous state. Long Chen's own power was soaring as he formed a resonance with Evil Moon. Their power combined, and he once more shot after true immortal Jioki. Boom! True immortal Jioki's feet slammed into the ground, causing it to crumble. A wave of dust and earth unfurled. It was a shocking sight. I knew it. You're igniting your essence blood to get this power. Let's see just how long you can keep that up. True immortal Jioki shouted, blocking Long Chen's attack. However, as Long Chen pressed down with Evil Moon, true immortal Jioki was forced down. The earth shuddered as a large hole grew deeper and deeper beneath him. The earth was shaking, and the sky was twisting. It was like the world was unable to endure Long Chen's power and was on the verge of collapse. Cracking sounds rang out. Large cracks appeared in the air. What? Just how powerful are they? Even the formation can't endure it. Xia Chen's expression changed. The deformation of the earth and the twisting of this space made his formation shudder. This formation was something he had been absolutely confident in, to the point that he had estimated that even if everyone inside the barrier were to attack, it would still be able to endure it. However, as true immortal Jioki and Long Chen went all out, his confidence was given a blow. He looked down and saw that the Dragonblood Legion was still slaughtering the Coalition army. The Coalition army was already down to under 300,000 people. The Dragonblood Legion and the Martial Heaven Alliance's advantage was growing greater and greater. As long as he could maintain this formation, the opposing army would quickly be killed to the last. Xia Chen clenched his teeth, and a drop of blood flowed out of the space between his eyebrows. It condensed into a rune. Seal. The rune merged into the barrier. Ripples spread. The ripples stretched into the black yin world and absorbed its death energy to strengthen the barrier. However, now Xia Chen was pale. He had used his own essence blood to strengthen the barrier. It was to allow the Dragonblood Legion to annihilate the entire Coalition army. Suddenly, Huo Lian took a deep breath, and sacred chanting filled the air. Huo Lian's manifestation split apart, and a world of flames appeared within. The temperature rose. A flame giant walked out of the world of flames. It was like a giant flame spiritual god. A sacred aura came from it. As soon as it stepped out, it attacked Long Chen. The flame giant held a flame spear that caused the surrounding air to ignite. Long Chen smiled coldly. Kicking true immortal Jioki's halberd, he sprang up, slashing at the flame spear. Black flames were surging around Evil Moon, and the instant Evil Moon clashed with the spear, black and red flames spread throughout the world. Have you come to a decision? You're prepared to expose your trump cards. How interesting. I never thought that the Heaven Dragon Flame region could actually be summoned through a manifestation. It seems the Heaven Dragon Flame region's origins are quite extraordinary. Long Chen flew back. He was wrapped by a black flame dragon that blocked the opposing flames. Long Chen recognized the world of flames within Huo Lian's manifestation. It was definitely the Heaven Dragon Flame region. True immortal Jioki managed to get a breather, and he stood with Huo Lian. The two opposing sides looked at each other. Killing intent blazed. You still remember the Heaven Dragon Flame region. You release one of the beasts inside. HMPH, but what you don't know is that the Heaven Dragon Flame region is a cage trapping 100,000 of those beasts. You only released one. The rest of them were slain by the formation, and their essence blood and soul essence were refined by me. Don't you want to see my trump cards? All right, I'll make sure you die knowing just how powerful Pill Valley's trump cards are. Huo Lian let out a shout. Blood-colored flames surged out, forming a sea of flames. Chains shot out of the Heaven Dragon Flame region. The chains pierced the flame giant's back. Blood-colored runes flowed around it, and it let out a pained roar as if it was being tormented. It suddenly let out a wail. That wail was a powerful sound wave that shattered people's eardrums. The flame giant's spear once more pierced toward Long Chen. This attack was even stronger than before. Long Chen sensed that it had absorbed some kind of energy from the Heaven Dragon Flame region that was locking him down. Hence, there was no way to dodge. HMPH, then I'll experience Pill Valley skills. Unafraid, Long Chen slashed Evil Moon. This was an all-out slash with no technique. It was a competition of pure power. Long Chen wanted to see just how strong Evil Moon was. A giant saber image crashed down like a black river. Boom! The world shook. A ripple spread like the air was a calm lake, and a meteorite had smashed into it. Rumbling rang out. This time, Xia Chen's formation was unable to endure it, and it exploded. Xia Chen coughed up blood and was blown into the clouds. Dragon blood heavenly barrier. However, even as he was sent flying, he let out a roar. Following his roar, all the dragon blood warriors ceased attacking. They quickly grouped together, their blood-colored scales lighting up. That light intertwined with the light coming from the other dragon blood warriors, condensing into a giant defensive barrier that protected the dragon blood warriors and the martial heaven alliance's disciples. The terrifying ripple spread. There was no time for some of the other experts to defend. Those experts didn't even get to make a sound. They were instantly annihilated when struck by those ripples. This was a wave of death. Wherever it went, life vanished. The immense power behind it was something only divine items could possibly resist. The human body would instantly be blown to bits. When the shockwaves were past, the majority of the coalition army was dead. Less than 100,000 of them remained. The surviving experts had relied on their divine items or had been protected by others. When the Dragon Blood warriors released their barrier, they saw a dismal battlefield. Broken swords and sabers littered the ground, along with the remnants of wrecked corpses. It was incredibly wretched. The Grand Barrier had been destroyed, so the sunlight was shining down upon them once more. However, no one could feel its warmth. This battle was too tragic. Kill, don't leave a single one alive. Xuanhuan was the first to react. He charged toward the still dumbfounded remnants of the coalition army. The Dragon Blood warriors were close behind him. Kill, vengeance for our brothers. Bao Buping and Chang Hao led the heaven-splitting battle sex disciples over as well. They were still filled with hatred. No matter how many enemies they killed, their fallen brothers wouldn't come back to life. However, they had to make sure those brothers could get their vengeance and rest in peace. Kill, for righteousness, for the Martial Heaven Alliance, for senior apprentice sister Yi Lingshan. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples also followed. Just now, those terrifying shockwaves had been blocked by the Dragon Blood Legion. They weren't injured. Seeing how few members of the coalition army were left alive, if they still didn't get revenge now, then how long were they supposed to wait? Run! The coalition army had already given up. Seeing that the formation had been broken, they had no urge to keep fighting. They fled for their lives. Suddenly the ground split apart and countless branches grew out. A giant willow tree appeared, blocking the sun with a giant wall of its branches, blocking their path. At the same time, a sword pierced through the air. One of the 12 experts of the Flame Divine Palace that Chu Yao had been bitterly fighting against was slain by Yue Zifeng's attack. With one of them dead, the formation built by the 12 of them was broken. The remaining 11 were stunned. Endless falling wood, wooden burial. Chu Yao suddenly let out a cry. Wooden stakes flew out, enveloping the 11 of them in a cage. The cage twisted like dough. The 11 of them were instantly crushed, with even their Yuan spirits annihilated. With the formation connecting the 12 of them, they were able to keep up with Chu Yao. However, they had already been at a disadvantage and would have eventually been defeated if things had continued like that. Yue Zifeng's attacks were incomparably sharp, and having not expected his attack, the 12 of them hadn't managed to defend against it, resulting in one of them being slain. That instantly sent them to their deaths. It's a chain reaction. Huo Lian and the others are defeated. Long Chen's side now had Liu Ruyan and Yue Zifeng join the battlefield. The 12 experts of the Flame Divine Palace were dead, and Chu Yao was joining in as well. The scales of victory instantly tilted toward Long Chen's side. Any sense of balance was lost. Up in the sky, Long Chen was still fighting Huo Lian. They had already exchanged 3 blows without determining who was stronger. True immortal Jiaoqi let out a roar and was about to charge at Liu Ruyan when Huo Lian shouted at him, "Don't bother with the others. As long as we kill him, victory is still ours. Zai Luo Dai Feng, stop holding back. Kill Long Chen." Zai Luo suddenly rapidly retreated from Yi Jikyu's ice domain. Since that's the case, things can end here. Suddenly, Zai Luo formed new hand seals, and an immense skeleton appeared before him. Seeing that skeleton, Meng Qi's expression changed. It's the Blue-Eye Peacock. Chapter 1906, Mo Nian's Power. Translator, Born to Be. The giant skeleton unleashed a powerful divine might. People felt a cold chill. It was like an ancient beast had reappeared and was staring at them. "Jikyu, be careful, it's the Blue-Eye Peacock's corpse. warned Mengqi. A blue ray of light suddenly shot out from where the eyes would be on the blue-eye peacock. "Get out of the way, that's its divine ability," shouted Mengqi. The blue light cut across the sky. Yi Jikyu's expression changed, and instead of facing it head-on, she dodged to the side. The earth was torn asunder. Wherever the blue light passed, the world was split apart. The sky now looked displaced as even the flow of spacetime was torn apart. "Watch out!" The neutral camp's experts let out startled cries and hastily flew into the air. The blue light streaked past where they were, annihilating that area. Their expressions changed. "Zai Luo, are you forcing me to take action?" demanded Hu Feng, his expression icy. "It's just a misunderstanding," said Zai Luo indifferently. Zai Luo was standing on top of the blue-eye peacock's head. He was finally exposing his trump card. This skeleton was the corpse of the blue-eye peacock he had obtained from the nest. He had refined it into a puppet. The heavenly evil sect had a secret art to refine corpses into puppets. It could retain a portion of the corpse's divine abilities, and most terrifying of all, the corpse's power might even be able to match its power while it was still living. Regretfully, this corpse was not fully intact. Its original divine feathers had been incinerated. There wasn't even one feather thanks to Long Chen. Zai Luo had had no choice but to refine it into a skeleton puppet without its feathers. He could only activate the runes on the skeleton of the corpse to activate its divine abilities. As a result, its power had sharply dropped. The blue-eye peacock could only unleash 50% of its original power. However, even 50% was enough for him to dominate those in the same realm as him. The blue-eye peacock was a primordial beast. No one could block its divine abilities. As soon as the blue-eye peacock appeared, Yi Jikyu was forced to retreat. Zai Luo immediately sent the blue-eye peacock flying toward Long Chen. Long Chen was in the midst of fighting against Huo Lian and true immortal Jiaoqi when a blue light shot toward him. Boom! Long Chen crazily hacked Evil Moon, but was still forced back by the blue light. The sky rumbled behind Long Chen. Despite trying to stabilize himself, that blue light was too powerful, and it pushed him into the distance. When the light finally ran out of energy, Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blue-eye peacock's power was truly immense. Even in his current state, he was injured. After wiping away the blood, Long Chen's eyes blazed with battle intent. He smiled. "You actually turned a plucked bird into such a thing. Zai Luo, you have some skill." Zai Luo's killing intent intensified. Originally, the blue-eye peacock's corpse had been perfect, but it had been half ruined by Long Chen's flames. If its corpse was intact, then even without the original true feathers, he would have been able to preserve 80% of its power. If that happened, who in the yin-yang world would be able to block him? And if the corpse still had its feathers, Long Chen would probably have died from that attack. He would have never had a chance to mock him. "Stop wasting time, kill Long Chen immediately," shouted Huo Lian, once more attacking with his flame giant. Killendrake merger, bloodline summoning, ancestral spirit possession. True immortal Jiaoqi also let out a shout. An image of a Killen and a drake appeared on his forehead. The power of his blood chi skyrocketed. It was like divine flames were burning around him. He's actually using his ancestral power. They're not planning on stopping until Long Chen is dead. The neutral camp's experts were shocked. They treat Long Chen as someone they must kill here. Clearly, they're all right with leaving anyone other than him alive. When comparing Long Chen to the Dragonblood Legion and the Martial Heaven Alliance's geniuses, they clearly cared more about eliminating Long Chen. They viewed him as a greater threat than everyone else added together. Huo Lian's tactics aren't wrong. As long as the Dragonblood Legion and the Martial Heaven Alliance are present, with Long Chen's character, he won't leave even if he has to fight to the death. However, if they get destroyed, Long Chen won't have anything holding him back. He'd leave, and then considering his talent and ruthless character, those powers would have to live in fear for the rest of their lives. It was no wonder Huo Lian wasn't focusing on the Dragonblood Legion or the Martial Heaven Alliance. He was using those people to keep Long Chen here. He truly understood Long Chen. "HMPH, I only view Long Chen as a real hero. The rest of them are fakes," said one Empyrean. In his eyes, Long Chen was the only one worthy of that title. "It's too bad his character is too obvious. His enemies already know how to bait him into traps easily. Long Chen is Long Chen. This is his flaw, but it's not always a bad thing. It's because of this flaw that he has a group of people willing to follow him unto death. Other than the sovereigns, has there ever been someone with such charisma, someone capable of making countless people risk their lives alongside them. For a moment, the neutral camp's people were silent. From the eastern wasteland to the central plains, Long Chen had fought through countless despicable traps and countless life and death battles. But this characteristic of his had never changed. He never bowed his head. Such a person looked a bit foolish and lacked flexibility. However, there was no choice but to admit that he possessed unmatched charisma. They looked at the dragon-blood warriors slaughtering their enemies on the battlefield. Even this new army of the Martial Heaven Alliance possessed amazing morale. That was his charisma. Even as spectators, they were unknowingly affected by it, having an urge to join the battle. Long Chen, you'll be dying without a burial today. On the battlefield, Hu Lian, true immortal Jioki, and Zai Luo had surrounded Long Chen, making sure he had nowhere to run. Having a burial isn't important. What's important is that you don't have that ability, said Long Chen fearlessly. Just as the three of them were fighting on the other side, Dai Feng was fighting Mo Nian. Divine light flowed around Dai Feng. He was wearing divine armor, wielding his divine spear, and now there was a giant five-colored divine ring behind him. This divine ring was different from Long Chen's. Its 5 colors were absorbing the energy of the 5 elements for Dai Feng. His spear, armor, and divine ring were a rare set of divine items. They were part of the Dai family's inheritance and relied on bloodline power to be activated. His 3 divine items were at full power, but he was unable to charge past Mo Nian's blockade. The 2 large figures in Mo Nian's manifestation were forming hand seals, transmitting divine light into Mo Nian's body. As for the 5-element sun hunting bow in his hand, each arrow it shot out caused the world to dim. It was blazing as intensely as the sun. Rumor was that, when the 5-element sun hunting bow was at full power, it could shoot down the sun and pierce the moon. It was unknown what trump card Mo Nian had activated, but his power was so great that he was evenly matched against Dai Feng. Mo Nian's power was out of Hu Lian's expectations. His original plan was for the 4 of them to go all out and kill Long Chen before eliminating the others. This was the mission that Pill Valley had given him. He was to make sure that the other powers suffered a bit so they would go against the Martial Heaven Alliance. Once Long Chen and the others were dead, those powers would band together to deal the final nail in the coffin to the Martial Heaven Alliance. He had gone above and beyond the first part of his mission. The large powers had suffered immense losses, far beyond any expectations. Now the question was whether or not they could kill Long Chen. Attack! Hu Lian suddenly shouted, his spear piercing toward Long Chen. True immortal Jioki and Zai Luo followed. Long Chen was the crux. He had to be killed. Now that things had developed to this point, they could not permit him to leave here alive. As long as the Dragonblood Legion was still here, there was no way Long Chen would flee on his own. This was their best chance to kill him. With the 3 of them joining hands, divine light exploded. Each attack was a peerless killing blow. Evil Moon was also shining with divine light, and a dragon cry resounded through the air. Long Chen was unleashing all his power. Dragon might soared out as he blocked their attacks. This isn't his power but his saber-s. He won't be able to last long, shouted Hu Lian, noticing this oddity. Evil Moon was emitting a grand dragon might, and the majority of their attacks were blocked by it. Long Chen himself was enduring very little of their power, so even though he was fighting 3 against 1, he was able to last for a while. Just as they were fighting, the sky shuddered. A group of experts came flying over. When that group appeared, the remaining 30,000 members of the coalition army let out a cheer. Bastards of the Martial Heaven Alliance, now you're dead. Chapter 1907, Endless Sea of Lightning. Translator Born to Be. When that group appeared, the people in the neutral camp were stunned. As soon as they arrived, the Taos of the world were suppressed. They were a group of peerless experts. Are they Nether Passage experts? Asked someone with a shuddering voice. That was because the aura of this group was absolutely terrifying. It was like they were the rulers of this world. No, they aren't at the Nether Passage realm. They're only Life Star experts. However, they're all powerful Empyreans, so the pressure of their auras is on the same level as ordinary Nether Passage experts, said Hu Feng. Impossible. Isn't it impossible for Life Star experts to enter the Yin-Yang world? Have the rules of the Yin-Yang world changed? The Yin-Yang world's rules haven't changed. However, rules are dead while humans are alive, said Hu Feng. You mean to say, those experts broke through in the Yin-Yang world? That was crazy. A group of over 3,000 Empyreans had actually broken through to the life star realm in the yin-yang world and sacrificed all their future prospects just to kill Long Chen. That price was terrifying. They are really ruthless. This also proves that they want to make sure the Dragonblood Legion and the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples can't escape. Based on their auras, these people have just broken through to the life star realm. They had to have undergone their tribulations just as the two armies met, said Hu Feng sharply. These people were definitely insane and very frightening. He waved his hand. Get further away from the battlefield, the farther the better. Although their group was neutral, they were now witnessing a group of madmen. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't do something even more insane. Kill those 3,000 Empyreans that had just broken through to the life star realm, charged toward the Dragonblood Legion. I'll handle you. Xuanhuan was the first to face them. He hacked his golden saber, and as a result, he was sent flying by a life star Empyrean sword. He almost coughed up blood. Xuanhuan was alarmed. These people were actually shockingly powerful. Bastards, how can they be so strong? They've already broken through to the life star realm, and they are Empyreans whose manifestations have reached an initial level of awakening. As they now possess a life star expert's world energy, will definitely be at a disadvantage in a direct clash, said Mengqi. Then what do we do? Xuanhuan actually had no ideas. Over 3,000 life star Empyreans with manifestations that had started to awaken. What could they possibly do against them? We should break through to the life star realm and go all out against them, shouted one of the Dragonblood warriors. Don't say that, then we'll never be able to progress to Nether Passage, shouted Xuanhuan. Everyone, retreat and summon the Dragonblood Heavenly Barrier, shouted Long Chen suddenly. Following his shout, Mengqi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Cloud, Liu Ruyan, Zia Chen, Xuanhuan, Gu Yang, Yue Zifeng, Li Qi, Song Minjuan, Yue Zai Oqian, Yizhikyu, and the other experts stopped fighting their opponents and retreated. The Dragonblood warriors formed a strange formation, and they made sure to protect all the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples within. Pillars of blood qi soared out of each of their bodies. Zia Chen floated in the air, the giant formation disk spinning above him. Suddenly, the formation disk exploded. Its particles enveloped them all. Dragonblood Heavenly Barrier, Zia Chen let out a cry. A giant barrier appeared around everyone. The power of the Dragonblood warriors was linked with dragon blood. It was that energy that condensed into this giant barrier. HMPH, we abandon our futures just to kill you. Do you think resisting will have any use? Those life star experts had sinister expressions. Which of them had been willing to abandon their futures? However, they had had no choice. If they didn't obey, they would be killed. They were geniuses raised by various large sects. They were extremely talented and originally had limitless prospects. However, they didn't have any powerful backgrounds themselves, so they were forced into this plan. These orders were something they had no choice but to obey. So they themselves were filled with hatred and resentment. Now they were releasing all that anger on the Dragonblood Legion. Berserk attacks struck the barrier. That power was immense. In unison, every Dragonblood warrior coughed up a mouthful of blood. In the very first clash, they were injured. They're too powerful, we can't last for long. Zia Chen's expression changed. We'll help. Mengqi, Tang Wan'er, Yue Zai Oqian, Yue Zifeng, and the others began to transmit their own spiritual yuan into the Dragonblood warriors to strengthen the defenses. There's us as well, what do we do? Yi Lingshan and the others shouted. Willow branches sprouted from the ground. Liu Ruyan said, transmit your spiritual yuan to me, and I will transmit it to the Dragonblood warriors. Hearing that, the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance poured in their spiritual yuan. The barrier rumbled. With everyone working together, the barrier managed to endure. This should be your final trump card, correct? Then we can go all out. Long Chen suddenly shouted and his upper robes exploded, revealing his upper body. The green scales covering his body suddenly darkened, becoming black. As blood spurted out from between them, a pillar of light soared into the sky, infecting the sky with darkness. An evil aura caused the sky to shudder. Long Chen's aura was crazily rising, growing stronger and stronger. Huo Lian, Zai Luo, and true immortal Jioki were actually blown back by just that terrifying aura. They stared in shock at Long Chen. The current Long Chen looked evil, bloodthirsty, domineering, and emotionless, like a fiend from hell that was slowly recovering its power. What's going on? Roared true immortal Jioki. This power actually made him feel fear. It's that weapon of his. He's powering it to strengthen himself, said Huo Lian. He noticed black chi flowing out of Evil Moon and into Long Chen. Long Chen's scales were turned black by them. It was like an evil dragon was about to burst out of Long Chen's body. His physical body was tearing, and blood continued to pour out of him. "Are you able to endure?" asked Evil Moon. Long Chen's physical body was too weak to endure its full power. Evil Moon could only transmit a portion of its energy into Long Chen, forcing his body to the limit. That was the only way they could go all out. However, this kind of power naturally came with an immense backlash. One mistake and his meridians would be broken. However, this was Long Chen's only remaining move. "I'll endure it." Long Chen clenched his teeth. His physical body was constantly tearing and healing. He was in indescribable pain, but he had to endure. Boom! Suddenly the world shook. Long Chen's scales were fully black now. His aura was finally no longer spreading. "All right, this level of power should be enough to use all the available power I have. Go Long Chen, make this world tremble because of us. Slaughter and roar as much as you please." Evil Moon let out a roar filled with killing intent. Its soul formed a resonance with Long Chen's soul. Long Chen suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar. Mountains collapsed, and all the experts felt a chill. This roar was the overture of a slaughter. Long Chen's voice had become deep, as if he was a different person. It was merciless and domineering, as well as filled with a determination to charge forward regardless of what lay before him. Long Chen took a step forward, and true immortal Jioki went to block him. Divine light erupted from his killing halberd. Scram! Boom! Long Chen let out a simple slash of Evil Moon. Black light flowed out of it, and true immortal Jioki's arms were instantly broken. His halberd smashed into his own chest, and he was sent flying back, hacking up blood. Long Chen's power had risen to a monstrous level. Evil Moon was finally able to use some of its power, and in this state, true immortal Jioki was actually unable to receive a single attack. A black saber image sliced through the air, attacking the Life Star Empyreans. Those Life Star Empyreans had no choice but to stop attacking the Dragonblood Legion and focus on blocking Long Chen's attack. Boom! Those Life Star Empyreans were blown back by Long Chen's saber. Die! Long Chen suddenly charged toward them, unleashing a tempest of attacks with Evil Moon. One Life Star Empyrean after another was blown to bits. Even divine items were blown apart. Heavens, Long Chen is absolutely heaven-defying. He can even fight across realms against Life Star Empyreans with partly awoken manifestations. The neutral camp's experts' jaws dropped. No one had expected Long Chen to possess such a terrifying trump card. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had killed 18 of those Empyreans. It had to be known that each of them was a terrifying existence. When it came to combat power, they were only the slightest hair weaker than Hu Liyun, Zai Luo, and true immortal Jioki. However, they weren't a match for Long Chen in his current state. But then again, 18 of them dead meant nothing to this army of 3,000. Those experts quickly recovered from their shock. However, they had just gathered when a lightning dragon appeared behind Long Chen. It rapidly spun, forming a giant lightning channel. A world of lightning could be seen within that channel. "Brothers, come slaughter them all," Long Chen suddenly roared. Following his cry, countless lightning drakes came flying out of the lightning portal. Chapter 1908 The Dragon Blood Attack. Translator Born to Be. Wild lightning poured out of the channel, turning the world into a sea of lightning. All of a sudden, terrifying roars rang out as millions of lightning drakes flew out of the channel, running rampant and attacking the Life Star Empyreans as well as the rest of the coalition army. Long Chen was immersed in the lightning. Lei Long continued to spin behind him. He was like a god of lightning. These lightning drakes were the life forms of the Morning Dao lightning field. Long Chen had previously made an agreement with the master of the lightning field. As long as he needed it, the lightning field's life forms would have to listen to him. Long Chen was finally unleashing this trump card. The lightning drakes crazily attacked the coalition army. "What are these things?" the Life Star Empyreans roared. They were forced to defend against the lightning drakes' furious attacks. Although the lightning drakes were temporarily unable to injure them, they did cause their bodies to go numb and slow their movements. The invasion of Thunder Force was very uncomfortable. When they attacked the lightning drakes would explode and then immediately reform to attack them once again. There was no end to them. Suddenly, a pair of lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back. They were exceptionally bright and tore through the air. Die! Long Chen suddenly flew forward. Attack together! This lightning sea will only disappear once Long Chen is dead, shouted Xuanhuan. He was the first to attack Long Chen. As a result, Xuanhuan was sent flying by Long Chen's saber. At the same time, the huge lightning wings on Long Chen's back slammed down. Xuanhuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. The flame giant he had summoned was cracked, almost shattering. The sundering lightning heavenly wings are as powerful as expected. Long Chen was delighted. Perhaps this paragon art could only unleash its full potential in this lightning field. Just at this moment, true immortal Jioki and Zai Luo came charging over. However, Long Chen's wings shook and he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already amongst the group of Life Star Empyreans. Heavenly saber images soared out of Evil Moon. At the same time, his lightning wings hacked up and down, forming a ring of death. Those Life Star Empyreans were unable to receive a single blow from him. As a result, each of Long Chen's attacks killed someone. Heavens, Long Chen is heaven-defying. Just how terrifying is this paragon art? The neutral camp's experts were standing outside the Sea of Lightning. Their voices shuddered as they witnessed this terrifying sight of Long Chen slaughtering the Life Star Empyreans. The lightning drakes, the sundering lightning heavenly wings, and Evil Moon were creating a song of death. That song sounded like exploding flesh, and it was hair-raising. Long Chen's invincible. On his own, he's actually able to stop this army. Even without the Dragonblood Legion and the Martial Heaven Alliance, he'd be able to beat all these experts. Wu Feng, who was staring closely at the seemingly undefeatable Long Chen, shook his head. No matter how strong a person is, they still have a limit. A powerful move comes with a large price. Long Chen might look invincible now, but it doesn't mean he can stay in that state forever. He's burning up energy as he fights, and he can't last long. Furthermore, there are 3,000 Life Star Empyreans. It's difficult to say how long he'll be able to hold out for. Long Chen was unleashing a barrage of attacks. Over 100 Life Star Empyreans had been slain by him. However, after all, they were Life Star Empyreans. Each of them was an amazing genius who had given up their future prospects for their current power. It was all to kill him. Their power might not be a perfect match for Nether Passage experts, but they were only slightly weaker. Long Chen's power was truly shocking, but he was using up a huge amount of energy. Don't be afraid. This is just his final burst of energy. Spread out and exhaust him, shouted Xuanhuan. He resummoned his flame giant and charged back into the battlefield. You're right, I can't last that long. At most, I can only keep it up to the 6th month of next year, said Long Chen as he attacked. The sundering lightning heavenly wings weren't just useful for killing, they were also a movement paragon art. Within this lightning field, he could move freely. Those Life Star Empyreans listened to Xuanhuan's orders and spread out. As a result, killing them became much easier. He no longer needed to worry about being attacked by others when he struck, resulting in his efficiency going up. Gather together and protect each other. Xuanhuan suddenly noticed that spreading out was a mistake. They had to stick together to make Long Chen worried about facing counterattacks. There might even be a chance to injure him. Those Life Star Empyreans hastily regathered. However, some of the more isolated ones were still picked off before they could gather. After the experts gathered, they concentrated their attacks. As a result, Long Chen was forced to retreat. Seeing that, the Life Star Empyreans were delighted. They had finally found a way to counter Long Chen. This way, he wouldn't be able to approach them and they could exhaust him. Long Chen tried charging over 3 times in a row, but before he could even launch an attack, they would launch a collective strike, forcing him away and making him cough up blood. Long Chen had killed over 300 Life Star Empyreans, but that was only a tenth of their numbers. Now that they were gathered together, even someone like Yan Nanshan would have to treat them seriously. Kill him just like this, shouted Xuanhuan upon seeing that this was effective. Now that everyone was attacking together, if they could land a good blow, there might even be a chance of killing Long Chen. HMPH, I refuse to believe that someone can block me, shouted Long Chen. He charged back at the army of Life Star Empyreans. Die! The Life Star Empyreans were delighted. Raising their divine items, they activated their power. The energy of over 2,000 experts was gathered. This power was enough to annihilate anyone, and Long Chen was no exception. Boom! Their attacks gathered and blasted forth, and Long Chen was instantly devoured by that wave of divine power. It's over, the neutral camp's experts sighed. No one would be able to survive such concentrated attacks. Xuanhuan let out a wail, crying. She closed her eyes, not wanting to see Long Chen's corpse. Fengsu also shut her eyes sadly. Long Chen was too arrogant to actually charge directly at so many terrifying experts. Amongst them had even been Zai Luo, true immortal Jiaoqi, Hugh Lian, and other peak experts. However, at the next moment, space twisted, and Long Chen's figure reappeared in another location. What? Startled cries rang out. Long Chen had only been faking his attack. The instant that they had launched their collective attack, he had used the sundering lightning heavenly wings to dodge. Long Chen had Evil Moon on his shoulder. He waved toward the Life Star Empyreans in goodbye with a sinister smile. Not good, we've been taken in. Hugh Lian's expression suddenly changed. He sensed mortal danger, and it was coming from behind them. Dragonblood cross/slash. Suddenly, a roar rang out. The Dragonblood warriors shouted in unison, all their dragon scales shining brightly. Xuanhuan was standing at the front, and all the Dragonblood warriors' energy was pouring into him. Xuanhuan then crossed his sabers before him. A giant cross-shaped beam of energy shot out. The center of the cross was those Life Star Empyreans who had gathered together for their own protection. Boom! The giant crossbeam slammed into them. They had just unleashed their strongest move and relaxed upon thinking that Long Chen was dead, not realizing that the real danger was behind them. As a result, flesh and blood flew. This was an attack using all the Dragonblood Legion's energy. Hence, it left a ripple of death as it passed through the air. The Life Star Empyreans struck at the core of the attack were instantly annihilated. As for the rest, the ripple of death also blew them apart. Only those at the very edge managed to escape this tribulation. However, they were heavily injured. Some of them had even lost half their bodies. After this one attack, the originally 2,600 experts were cut down to just 500. Furthermore, half of them were heavily injured. Some people only had their heads left. This attack was absolutely vicious. It had displayed unimaginable killing power when used against this concentrated group of unprepared experts. The neutral camp's experts were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. This shocking reversal was outside any of their expectations. However, some had already realized that this had been planned by Long Chen. At first, Long Chen had been slaughtering those Life Star Empyreans, and so Hugh Lian gave the order to gather together. After that, Long Chen acted like gathering together put him in mortal danger, and so he baited them into attacking him, drawing their attention for the Dragonblood Legion to launch their sneak attack. Using himself as bait, Long Chen had drawn all the attention of the Life Star Empyreans. As a result, right as they unleashed their all-out attack, the Dragonblood Legion suddenly scattered their defenses, instead launching a peerless attack. The cooperation between the two had been seamless. By the time Hugh Lian reacted, it was already over. Kill. Just at this time, Gu Yang, Yue Zifeng, Li Qi, Song Minjuan, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Waner, Yi Zhikyu, Yi Lingshan, and the others charged toward the chaotic leftovers of the Life Star Empyreans. Chapter 1909 Evil Spirit Hell, Heavenly Evil Death Blow. Translator Born to Be. I seals the land, world of absolute zero. The most terrifying one was Yi Zhikyu. Her manifestation unleashed a terrifying cold wave. It was so cold that Yi Zhikyu had to distance herself from her allies as her ice domain was too terrifying. The surviving Life Star Empyreans were mostly injured, and some were even on the verge of death. When this terrifying ice chi struck them, they were powerless to resist. They instantly transformed into ice statues. In the next instant, the statues would crack, eventually shattering into ice powder. If they weren't injured, these powerful Life Star Empyreans would be able to rely on their cultivation base and world energy to resist Yi Zhikyu's ice chi. But now, the ice chi became a killing blow. Those Life Star Empyreans shattered one by one. The mildly injured ones tried to resist, but before they could run, they were slain by Yi Zhikyu's ice sword. That ice sword was a precious treasure of the divine ice palace. Yi Zhikyu was just the prelude. Yue Zifeng's sword took the life of a Life Star Empyrean with each attack. He never missed. The body of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow appeared in the sky, flying back and forth. Cloud targeted the Life Star Empyreans that were further away and might escape. In front of her terrifying speed, running was a joke. Liu Ruyan and Chu Yao were in control of the entire battlefield. The body of the undying willow spread, and the two of them prevented this group from running. Gu Yang, Li Qi, Song Minjuan, Yi Lingshan, and the others pounced on the Life Star Empyreans. On the other hand, the Dragonblood warriors were bringing up the rear. The big attack had sucked up all their energy. However, using up all their energy on that one attack had been entirely worth it. Not a scrap of their energy had been wasted. It could even be described as the winning blow. There were less than 500 surviving Life-Star Empyreans, and with the majority of them injured, they were hunted down miserably without having time to heal. Worst of all, the lightning drakes that Long Chen had summoned were still attacking them. As for Long Chen himself, his black scales were still shining, and his giant lightning wings were in constant motion. His fight against Huo Lian, Zai Luo, and true immortal Jioki was actually growing more intense. I said that I could last until the 6th month of next year, but it seems you won't even be able to last a day, said Long Chen. His attacks made his 3 opponents sweat. You're just bragging. I refuse to believe it, howled true immortal Jioki as he continued to crazily fight. As a result, he was sent flying by a strike from Long Chen's saber. Long Chen's current power was so great that true immortal Jioki was nothing. If it weren't for Huo Lian and Zai Luo fighting alongside him, then considering his foolish way of fighting in head-on clashes like this, he would have long since been killed by Long Chen. Long Chen was actually in a rush. While these lightning drakes were coming from another world, he was the one providing the energy to keep the spatial channel open. Maintaining that channel didn't just require a huge amount of spiritual yuan, but also the power of his yuan spirit. His yuan spirit was already feeling like it was going to tear apart. He was overdrafting his spiritual strength. Lasting until the 6th month of next year was definitely a joke. He wouldn't even be able to last half a day. His big words were just used to intimidate his enemies. However, even if it was just a bluff, Long Chen's power backed up his words. Lightning continued to surge throughout this world, pressuring the Life-Star Empyreans. Without the interference of these lightning drakes, the sneak attack of the Dragonblood Legion wouldn't have had such effect. Just at this moment, the lightning channel shuddered and Long Chen's expression twitched. Suddenly, the lightning drakes gave up on their opponents and shot straight back to the lightning channel. Damn it, my yuan spirit is out of power. I can't maintain the channel. The lightning field is automatically summoning the lightning drakes back. Long Chen's heart shook. This lightning paragon art was a kind of law and also a kind of contract. He could summon the lightning field's energy to help him fight, but he had to maintain the channel. As the channel ran out of energy, once it was about to collapse, it would trigger the lightning field's laws. At that time, the lightning field would automatically keep the channel open, but only for a few seconds to draw back all the lightning energy belonging to it. In less than a breath's time, all the lightning filling this world vanished. The lightning channel behind Long Chen closed and vanished. His paragon art has reached its limit. We can still kill him, roared Huo Lian. He recalled his flame giant, instead taking out a diagram. When that diagram appeared, everyone's expressions changed. The Brahma Divine Diagram. This diagram was Pill Valley's peerless treasure, the Brahma Divine Diagram. The void trembled around it. An array of divine light shot toward Long Chen. Long Chen's lightning wings hastily brought him away. Long Chen knew that if he was enveloped by that light, he would be drawn into the Brahma Divine Diagram. If he was trapped inside, it would only take a few breaths' time for Huo Lian, true immortal Jioki, and Zai Luo to attack the Dragonblood Legion and cause an unbearable result. Huo Lian suddenly clapped his hands together. His forehead split open, and drops of essence blood flew out, transforming into lotus runes that merged into the Brahma Divine Diagram. He began to chant a scripture, and more of his essence blood flowed into it. The Brahma Divine Diagram began shining brightly. The mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars within the diagram began to quiver. Rays of divine light shot out at Long Chen. Clearly, Huo Lian's power was not at the realm of being able to control the Brahma Divine Diagram. He was forced to offer up his essence blood to activate it. That was a self-destructive method. He no longer had any choice. If he didn't, there would be no way to suppress Long Chen, and then their entire mission would end in failure. The Brahma Divine Diagram erupted with divine light thanks to Huo Lian's essence blood. That light crashed down on Long Chen. This time, there was nowhere to run. Huo Lian was forcing him into a head-on clash. Fuck, so he still had such a move. I can only go all out. The divine light of the Brahma Divine Diagram filled the world. Long Chen had nowhere to run, so he raised Evil Moon, pointing it at the sky. A black saber image condensed in the air, piercing the dome of the sky. A fierce will erupted. That was a will to slice through the restrictions of heaven and earth, a will to charge through any tribulations, a will to slaughter anyone who tried to stop him, be it a man or a god. Split the heavens 7. The black saber image crashed down like a black river of stars, striking the Brahma divine diagram. Boom! The entire world instantly lost all its color. Terrifying divine might exploded, and the world turned dark. The void rumbled and shook. Fragments of spacetime clashed, unleashing giant ripples. It was like heaven and earth had been separated, turning into two separate worlds. All the experts present were sent flying. This was a truly world-destroying exchange. Every expert was sent flying into the distance. It was unknown just how far some of them flew. This was a blow that almost shattered the wall of this world. Long Chen and Hugh Lian were both pale as paper, hacking up blood. Cracks had appeared all over their bodies. The huge backlash was something that neither Evil Moon nor the Brahma divine diagram could block, causing their two masters to almost be killed. Long Chen extracted the life energy inside the primal chaos bead, instantly healing. He shot toward Hugh Lian, wanting to eliminate the latter while he was still injured. Long Chen definitely couldn't give him another chance to activate the Brahma divine diagram. He was taking advantage of the primal chaos space. Just as he moved, a giant figure appeared behind him. It was a giant Killen with an extra-long tail. Blood chi and flames soared out of it. It was true immortal Jyoki. He had taken this form through igniting his blood soul and essence blood. After he opened his mouth, the Killen halberd actually shot out of it. Killen blood soul attack. This was the strongest divine ability of the Killen Drake race, and was something true immortal Jyoki could only unleash by igniting his blood soul and essence blood. That was a terrifying price, but this move was also a peerless attack. Split the heavens 7, Long Chen roared again. Boom! Long Chen miserably flew back, tumbling back and coughing up blood. His entire body hurt. It felt like he was about to collapse. Damn it, the yin-yang immortal grass is out of energy. Long Chen's expression changed. The first time he had activated the seventh form of Split the Heavens, his meridians had received a heavy impact. However, the next time he used it, the yin-yang immortal grass had helped him bear the impact. He had learned from it. Hence, he had borrowed the power of the root of the yin-yang immortal grass in the primal chaos space for this. It had only grown to around 300 meters, and after enduring the impact of this attack twice, it was starting to wither. That meant that he couldn't use the seventh form of Split the Heavens again, or his meridians wouldn't be able to bear it. Evil Spirit Hell, Heavenly Evil Death Blow. Just at this moment, a giant blood-colored figure appeared. It had a pair of bat-like wings, and it held a crescent moon blood blade in its hand, slashing it at Long Chen. Even before its blade reached him, a terrifying air of death enveloped Long Chen. The howls of ghosts and gods could be heard. This blade was like a fiend's tooth mercilessly slicing toward him. Long Chen forced himself to stand and took a deep breath. Such a terrifying attack could only be blocked by the seventh form of Split the Heavens. He had no other choice. Either his meridians broke or he died. He chose the former. Just as Long Chen was about to force his meridians to their breaking point to activate the seventh form of Split the Heavens, a figure appeared before him. A jade-like hand stretched out, slashing a white bone sword at the crescent moon blood blade. Chapter 1910, Heaven-Shaking Bone Sword. Translator Born to Be. Boom! A powerful chi wave exploded. The huge blood blade was actually forced back by the seemingly ordinary bone sword. Everyone was stunned, and they stared at the figure that had appeared. She was a peerless beauty, looking like a masterpiece crafted by a god. Staring into her sapphire eyes was like staring into the deep blue sea. Her beauty was such that there was no flaw to pick out. Even the hair of her left and right eyebrows were perfectly symmetrical. The curves of her body weren't too big or too small. Her beauty was such that it made people forget to breathe. It was a beauty that should not exist in this world. However, that beautiful face was icy and killing intent surrounded her. She wasn't intentionally releasing that killing intent. It was simply part of her flesh, part of her bones, and part of her soul. It was like she lived to kill. Although she was a peerless beauty, no one dared to look at her directly. It was like just looking at her was putting their lives in danger. "Lang Yuan, what are you doing?" roared Zailuo, shocked and infuriated. This woman was the one with the most perfect body, the most perfect face, the cold-blooded and merciless Lang Yuan. "I'm not doing anything. I owed Long Chen 2 debts. I paid him back one and now I'm paying back the other, so if you don't want to die, scram." Lang Yuan's sapphire eyes were completely calm. Her voice contained unquestionable resolve. She was like a supreme empress, a superior being that no one else could contest. Long Chen slowly rose and looked at Lang Yuan. He felt conflicting feelings. He couldn't say exactly what he was feeling upon seeing her. This action of Lang Yuan's was definitely betraying the corrupt path. Yuan, get out of the way. This matter has nothing to do with you. Long Chen took a deep breath. His spiritual yuan circulated throughout his body as he prepared to continue the fight. He didn't want to implicate Lang Yuan. His pride didn't allow him to hide behind a woman, no matter how strong that woman was. Lang Yuan slowly looked back at him. Her flawless face actually smiled. You're very stubborn. I like it very much. However, I never change what I say. You showed mercy against me twice, so I will repay you twice. Whether or not you want to accept my payback, you'll still have to accept it. When Lang Yuan said this, everyone in the neutral camp was stunned. The Devil Empress, famed for her cold and merciless nature, someone who has slaughtered everyone who expressed the slightest romantic interest in her, actually said that she likes Long Chen. Heaven-defying, absolutely heaven-defying. I've long since heard that Long Chen's charisma is unmatched and is irresistible to both men and women. Not only does he have countless life and death brothers following him, but he is also accompanied by several peerlessly beautiful women. However, I never expected the Devil Empress to have also fallen into his hands. Long Chen is like a god. Amongst the Martial Heaven Alliance's junior generation, there was a saying that there were three kinds of people in this world: men, women, and Lang Yuan. Lang Yuan was her own category. She was a killer, and anyone who had dared to provoke her had been killed by her. The corrupt path's three kings were said to be the top geniuses of the corrupt path, but even they didn't dare to provoke Lang Yuan because she was too dangerous. Hearing the words that she was saying to Long Chen, people found it inconceivable. Long Chen was truly powerful. He was a real man. Even such a monstrous woman had been captured by him. Are you betraying the corrupt path? Demanded Zai Luo. I already said that I'm returning a debt. I don't like repeating myself, so decide for yourself whether you want to live or die. Lang Yuan turned back to Zai Luo, her smile vanishing. Zai Luo was enraged. Lang Yuan was treating him indifferently, despite him being the corrupt path's top genius and the descendant of Zai Wenchen, thus making him the future leader of the corrupt path. With a roar, he slashed his crescent moon blade at Lang Yuan once more. This time, wails came from within Zai Luo's manifestation. It was unknown what secret art he was using, but black runes covered his body. Even his fellow corrupt kings, Ming Jai and Gui Yan, were not figures that he cared about. They were unable to shake his position. However, Lang Yuan could. He had always viewed Lang Yuan as a threat, but due to certain misgivings, he had never attacked her. Now he finally had an excuse to kill her. As long as she died, no one would be able to fight him for the top spot of the corrupt path. Heavenly evil world-shaking slash. Zai Luo's attack was something that caused even Long Chen's expression to change. It was even stronger than his previous attack. Clearly, Zai Luo was going all out to kill Lang Yuan. Just as Long Chen was taking a deep breath and preparing himself to risk his meridians to block this attack, a figure appeared behind Lang Yuan. That figure was very indistinct, but it was identical to her true body. However, this figure was a giant whose body pierced the clouds. A sacred and divine aura spread and shook the souls of everyone present. They couldn't help feeling an urge to prostrate themselves. That figure behind Lang Yuan was like a god. Everyone could only lay down before its feet. People were shocked as they had never seen such a manifestation. The most terrifying thing was the divine might coming from that figure. It made them feel like they couldn't resist. When that figure appeared, the barrier separated the yin world, and the yang world in the yin-yang valley suddenly exploded. The yin world's death energy suddenly surged toward Lang Yuan, seeming to prostrate itself before her. Lang Yuan's bone sword swung through the air. Boom! Half a blood blade flew into the sky and vanished, while Zai Luo coughed up blood flying back. His manifestation dissipated. Startled cries rang out. That terrifying blade in Zai Luo's hand had actually been severed. That peerless divine item had been destroyed by Lang Yuan's bone sword. Lang Yuan unleashed another slash of her sword. When her slash started, she was still in her original location, but when her sword fell, she strangely appeared right in front of Zai Luo. Zai Luo's expression changed. He hastily raised his severed blood blade to block. As a result, it was cut through as easily as tofu. Not only that, but half of Zai Luo's body was severed. Blood spurted. Zai Luo let out a cry as he flew back. Fortunately, he had instinctively moved his head at the last moment, or Lang Yuyan's attack would have taken his life. He had just moved when Lang Yuyan's next attack came slashing toward him. However, a giant skeleton suddenly appeared in front of Zai Luo. The blue-eye peacock was blown to bits by a single strike of Lang Yuyan's bone sword. However, it had managed to block her. Zai Luo managed to escape. With Zai Luo fleeing, Lang Yuyan suddenly turned her bone sword toward true, immortal Jioki. True, immortal Jioki blocked her with the Kilin halberd, and as a result, it was also severed by her bone sword. That Kilin halberd actually let out a mournful cry. How is that possible? Lang Yuyan's bone sword had severed Zai Luo's crescent moon blood blade and true immortal Jioki's Kilin halberd. Those two divine items were terrifying half-step divine items in top tier amongst the half-step divine item classification. Their inheritance stretched back countless years, and they had been nourished by many generations of experts. They had given birth to spirits and had immense power. Yet, they were broken by Lang Yuyan's seemingly unremarkable bone sword. Even Long Chen was dumbfounded. Just when had Lang Yuyan become so terrifying? Why was it that every time he saw her again, her power became even more monstrous? She practically wasn't human. With his Kilin halberd severed, true immortal Jioki was struck in the shoulder. One of true immortal Jioki's giant arms left his body. Although true immortal Jioki was very powerful, his head was clearly lacking some brains. In his fury, he used his other hand to smash the half-Kilin halberd at Lang Yuyan's face. Lang Yuyan smiled coldly, her bone sword slicing toward true immortal Jioki's head. She was quick as lightning, completely ignoring his halberd. Suddenly, true immortal Jioki was knocked back by a flame hammer, allowing him to escape Lang Yuyan's killer sword. Instead, her sword cut across his chest, leaving a line of blood. When that cut appeared, his expression changed. His chest began to turn black at a frightening rate. Terrifying death energy was invading his body. Be careful, she can control the yin-yang world's death energy. It was Xuanhuan who had saved true, immortal Jioki. He turned the Brahma divine diagram at Lang Yuyan. Boom! Lang Yuyan's sword struck the divine diagram. It was sent flying, but it wasn't damaged. Clearly, it was so terrifying that even Lang Yuyan's bone sword couldn't damage it. The Brahma divine diagram was one of Pill Valley's most precious treasures. It was on the same level as the Danate furnace. Legend had it that they had been refined by gods. Now the difference was clear. Although only a nether passage expert could unleash the true power of a divine item, powerful Empyreans were still able to unleash a bit of their power. Many divine items were destroyed because their masters, cultivation bases, limited them, making them unable to unleash their full power. They felt very irritated as they were destroyed by other divine items. However, now the quality of the divine items was shown. The Brahma divine diagram was on a level that not even the Kilin halberd or the crescent moon blood blade could compare to. Let's go. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the Brahma divine diagram folded up. He pulled true immortal Jioki back, chasing after the fleeing Zai Luo. Chapter 19, 11 The Yin World's Blood Race. Translator Born to Be. Xuanhuan turned several shades whiter when he blocked Lang Yuyan's attack. To use the Brahma divine diagram, he had used up a huge amount of his essence blood. His combat power had already dropped from his peak, and to kill Long Chen now was impossible. If this continued, they would all die to Lang Yuyan. Lang Yuyan's arrival was completely unexpected. Without her, perhaps Long Chen would already be a corpse. However, there weren't so many ifs in this world. They could only face this miserable reality. Seeing Xuanhuan and the others fleeing, Lang Yuyan didn't chase after them. She turned back to Long Chen. Thank you for having mercy on me twice. I've now repaid you, so our paths are now severed and we can each walk our own path. But let me advise you to hurry and leave this place. I just killed one of the princes of the Yin world's blood race, so they'll quickly arrive. If you still don't leave, you won't have a chance in the future. Lang Yuyan took out a bloody head that had a blood-colored horn on it. Its face was twisted in a sinister expression, and it emitted terrifying fluctuations. I wish you all luck. After saying that, Lang Yuyan swung her sword through the air. The void was cut open like it was cloth, and she stepped into that opening. She gave a faint smile to Long Chen before vanishing. Lang Yuyan had just left when black chi suddenly exploded out of the Yin world, enveloping the sky. Run, Long Chen shouted, his expression changing. As soon as that black chi appeared, he felt sweat covering his back. The 9-star Hegemon body arts intuition was telling him that great danger was rapidly approaching. Long Chen slashed Evil Moon at Dai Feng, who was in the midst of fighting Mo Nian. The two of them were both covered in blood and injuries. Their battle had been extremely intense. Long Chen's sudden attack made Dai Feng's expression change. He and Mo Nian had used up everything in their fight. If Long Chen suddenly joined in, he would definitely die in this state. With a snort, the divine ring behind Dai Feng began to spin. He stepped into the divine ring, and it shrank until it vanished along with him. Let's go. Long Chen hadn't had the intention of killing Dai Feng. He just wanted to end the battle. An expert like Dai Feng would naturally have countless life-saving measures. Adding on his great karmic luck, killing him required an absolute power disparity. Fuck, if you gave me a couple more hours, I might have been able to beat him, said Mo Nian hatefully. Mo Nian knew that in truth, the two of them were equally matched. For him to kill Dai Feng was almost impossible. However, as long as he could defeat the latter, it would be a blow to the Dai family's morale. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to do so. He had fled because Long Chen had come, and that was more than enough of an excuse for Dai Feng to run. Stop thinking about that and run for your life, shouted Long Chen. The originally sunny Yang world was rapidly turning so dark that they couldn't even see in front of themselves. Huo Lian, Zai Luo, true immortal Jioki, Dai Feng, and the other peak experts had fled. Even those Life-Star Empyreans and survivors of the coalition army were fleeing. Martial Heaven Alliance, gather up, shouted Long Chen. The Martial Heaven Alliance's original army of over 600,000 experts had been reduced to around 140,000. They had taken immense losses, but compared to the coalition army, they were the winners. The various large powers of the Martial Heaven continent had sent over 2 million experts against them, but only 30,000 had survived. Now they were fleeing for their lives. As for the neutral camp's experts, all of them noticed that something was off, and they were retreating. They were originally very far from the battlefield, so they were already gone. Behind them was a loose group of the coalition army. They were now only looking out for themselves. As for the Dragonblood Legion and the Martial Heaven Alliance's warriors, they were still standing at their original location, waiting for Long Chen's orders. Ruyan worked together with Cloud, shouted Long Chen. Liu Ruyan nodded, and giant branches bundled all the experts into a giant cage. Cloud then opened her mouth and took in the cage. Long Chen, Mo Nian, Yi Zhikyu, and the others stood on Cloud's back. Damnable human race, leave behind your lives. They had just started flying away, when a sinister voice rang out from behind them like the summoning of the gates of hell. Long Chen and the others looked back, and their hair stood on end. They saw a group of blood-colored lifeforms holding giant sickles and charging out of the black chi. They looked similar to humans, but they were covered in blood-colored runes. Moreover, they had 2 strange horns on their heads, and their auras were frighteningly bizarre. Each of them possessed a terrifying aura like those Life-Star Empyreans. Even worse was the fact that there was an endless tide of these lifeforms. There was no way to estimate their numbers. Run, shouted Long Chen. Cloud didn't even wait for Long Chen's orders. The runes on her wings lit up, and she streaked through the air like a 5-colored shooting star. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow's speed could be rated as #1 in the world. Hence, Long Chen and the others vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. They easily shot past the experts of the coalition army. Those experts roared furiously and tried to attack Cloud so that she would be injured and left behind to be the sacrificial victim. However, Mo Nian snorted, and his bow rapidly shot several arrows. The attackers were all slain with unbelievable accuracy. Little juniors, you dare to be arrogant, sneered Mo Nian as they shot past. Long Chen looked at him speechlessly. Even showing off shouldn't be done randomly. Mo Nian was literally an arrow at the end of its flight. He was exhausted, but instead of resting, he still had to show off. As for those people's attacks, there was no they could penetrate the defenses of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. They could be ignored. Hence Mo Nian's attack was superfluous. He was clearly doing it for Yi Lingshan to see. Inside, he swallowed some blood that had surged out of his throat. He might have managed to conceal it from everyone else, but not from Long Chen. As for Yi Lingshan, she was actually sitting in meditation, with Chu Yao behind her, her hands against her back. She was helping Yi Lingshan heal. Yi Lingshan had paid a terrifying price to slay Mingjai. She had then suppressed her injuries to continue fighting, leading the army of the Martial Heaven Alliance. She was barely conscious. After all, Mingjai was a genius on the same level of fame as Zai Luo. His true combat power wasn't much weaker than Zai Luo. However, because he hadn't expected Yi Lingshan to suddenly launch such a crazy attack, he had ended up dead. His life-preserving trump card had also been exposed by Long Chen, causing him to die at Yi Lingshan's hands. However, Ming Jai's full-strength attack was not so easy to receive. Yi Lingshan's injuries had a terrifying curse energy residing within. She hadn't had time to heal with that fight going on, so the curse energy had invaded her soul. Now, Chu Yao was using her own wood spiritual energy to extract that curse energy and purify it. Although it was taking a long time, this was definitely safe and effective. Mo Nian's little bit of showing off was witnessed by no one. Long Chen really couldn't figure out how this fellow's brain worked. Suddenly, miserable cries rang out from behind them. The army of blood-colored lifeforms had caught up to the coalition army. Their sickles easily cut through powerful Empyreans. The survivors of the coalition army were all elites amongst elites, but they were unable to resist in front of these strange lifeforms. One of the Life Star Empyreans tried to charge out, but he didn't even last a few seconds before his head was cut off. One of the lifeforms who appeared older and was wearing ancient robes pressed a finger against that Life Star Empyrean's head. His head instantly withered. Lang Yuyan, Long Chen, Martial Heaven Continent, how brazen! You dared to kill my blood race's prince, release the immortal grass and break my seal. None of you is getting out of here alive. The elder roared and led the rest of the lifeforms to charge forward. Clearly, that elder had completed a soul search in that instant and knew of what had happened, including Long Chen releasing the yin-yang immortal grass and Yi Lingshan breaking the seal to release the fragment of the eastern wasteland bell. It seems they're the blood race that Lang Yuan mentioned, said Long Chen, looking back gravely. We can't be captured by them. That old fellow seems to be even more terrifying than a nether passage expert, said Mo Nian. Lang Yuan was truly terrifying. Just how bored was she to have gone to kill one of their princes and draw out such terrifying existences? The blood race is extremely ancient and lives in dark worlds. Those blood-colored runes on their bodies are death runes. Because they possess an innate death energy, they were famous even in the ancient era. The yin-yang world is their territory, but due to the cycle of yin and yang in their world, they were forced to retreat into the yin side. If they appeared in the yang side, they would be repulsed by life energy. Right now, they are using up a huge amount of energy to draw the yin world's death energy over to the yang side. It seems they're truly infuriated, said Yue Zai Oqian. Everyone came to a sudden comprehension. No wonder everything in the yin-yang world felt unnatural, so the blood race was the master of this place. But why would they leave their treasures in the yang world? They felt it would be rude to take them, so they left them as a trial by fire. Tang Wan'er didn't believe that. It's a trap. Some things can't be said directly, but if you think about it, you should understand, said Yue Zai Oqian. Long Chen's heart shook. He suddenly thought of the giant egg Little Snow was now in, as well as the divine chains binding the egg. He also thought of the immemorial path. There had been a terrifying skull on top of a mysterious altar. He seemed to understand something. Miserable cries continued to ring out as more and more experts of the blood race charged over. The experts who had fallen behind were slain one by one, their blood raining down. Chapter 1912, Escaping the Yin-Yang World. Translator Born to Be. Those blood race experts weren't particularly fast themselves, but there was a wave of black chi surging forward that was increasing their speed. The slower human experts were being killed. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I'm also from the righteous path. I was deceived and seduced by others. One of the righteous experts at the rear actually begged Long Chen. Shameless. Liu Ruyan shook her head contemptuously. This person had raised his blade and killed the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Did he really think that they would view him as being on the same side? Are you a 3-year-old child? What are your eyes and head for? The righteous path is filled with turmoil because of trash like you. The only good thing about this battle is that trash like you was cleaned up. You know how many wicked things you did, so here's your reprisal. Quietly wait for your death, said Long Chen. Yi Lingshan's condition had improved, and the curse was mostly removed by Chu Yao. Although she was still weak, she could now circulate her heavenly Tao energy to heal herself. She looked back at those righteous disciples inside. Long Chen could always see the silver lining. The Martial Heaven Alliance might be surrounded by enemies, with its interior fractured. It could crumble at any moment, but Long Chen also said that this was the best moment for the Martial Heaven Alliance to soar. Those who were still standing beside the Martial Heaven Alliance were their most loyal warriors. Furthermore, through this battle, the morale of the junior generation had been united. The sparks had raised a blazing fire. With Long Chen's assistance, Yi Lingshan had taken the first step. In the future, the Martial Heaven Alliance would only grow stronger from its current state. Looking at Long Chen's back, she felt emotional. If it hadn't been for him pushing her to stand up, she wouldn't have dared to pick up this burden. Sometimes, after taking the first step, you would find that things weren't as difficult as you had imagined. If you were unafraid even of death, then what else was there to be afraid of? Suddenly, black pillars of light appeared ahead of them. They sealed this place like a prison. The neutral camp's experts had just been on the edge of this prison, and so they managed to escape. However, Long Chen's group was caught within it. These black pillars are made of world energy. They're condensed of the laws of the yin world. There's no way to break them with brute force. We would need world energy as well, said Yue Xiaoqian, her expression sinking. That's bad. We have no life star experts, so we have no world energy. Mo Nian's expression changed. He shot an arrow at the black pillars. This was an arrow containing divine energy, but it actually merged into the black pillar, causing only the slightest ripple. It vanished. It's useless. This is a kind of law. Brute power can't break it. Yue Xiaoqian shook her head. Even a paragon art won't work, asked Long Chen. It's not good. World energy must be countered by world energy. If this attribute is not taken into account, then it's impossible to cause any significant damage, said Yue Xiaoqian. They were trapped. Just as Long Chen was thinking of what to do, the sound of a melodious zither reverberated throughout heaven and earth. It was like immortal music. As the zither music resounded through the air, the entire yin-yang world shook. Long Chen was stunned. It's her. As the zither music continued, the black pillar in front of them began to crack. Finally, it exploded, creating a giant opening. Cloud immediately flew through it. Once through, they saw a giant zither floating in the sky, surrounded by bright stars. That zither filled the entire sky. When Long Chen and the others flew out, the zither slowly faded. It was actually a giant illusionary figure. The zither was gone, and the expected figure never appeared. She saved us, so she was amongst the neutral camp, but why did she refuse to see us? Asked Tang Wanner. That image of the zither confirmed who it was that had saved them. The only one capable of controlling the 7-string C suppressing zither to break this barrier had to be the zither fairy, Zai Yan. Long Chen had a helpless expression. It was still too early to say if Zai Yan was a friend or a foe. However, as she had saved them, Long Chen now owed her an immense debt. He didn't even know what price it would take to repay it. If Zai Yan hadn't helped them, then his only option would be to use the 7th form of Split the Heavens. Relying on Split the Heavens' innate barrier-breaking effect, he was 50% confident in breaking this prison. However, if he used it again, he would temporarily become a cripple. In this kind of place, that was too dangerous. Furthermore, he was only 50% confident. In other words, there was a 50% chance he would have failed. Failure would signify that they would be annihilated, so this debt was truly great. What a headache, Long Chen sighed. He hated owing others, and now he owed someone who wasn't a friend or a foe. However, he had to repay this debt one day. He could only remember this in his heart for now. Once past the barrier, cloud speed quickly brought them to a world with sunlight. Although the black chi was spreading rapidly over the yin-yang world, the speed at which it was spreading was not as great as cloud speed. The surprising thing was that the neutral camp's experts had vanished at some point. Long Chen and the others had no idea where they were. According to reason, there was no way they could be faster than a cloud chasing heaven's swallowing sparrow. However, they had collectively vanished. It should be the heir of the gambling heavenly Tao. He must have brought everyone away. I heard that the heirs of the gambling heavenly Tao are all extremely powerful, capable of transforming calamity into fortune, said Mo Nian. Long Chen nodded. That man with the die spinning behind him was very strange. Even Long Chen was unable to tell just how strong he was. Haha, the channel's up ahead. We've escaped. The black clouds were now far into the distance, and Meng Qi and the others recognized the channel from which they had entered. It was connected to the Martial Heaven continent. Long Chen and Yi Lingshan had been sent in by Yan Nanshan's life and death energy, but the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Dragonblood Legion's experts had entered through this channel. Seeing this channel immediately made them sigh with relief. They looked back at the black chi behind them. The blood race experts were still back there, constantly cursing. They've given up, Mo9 looked back. They don't dare to chase. This place has a sovereign seal suppressing it, said Yue Zioqian. There's a sovereign seal here as well, asked Long Chen with surprise. Yue Zioqian nodded. Yes, just like Devil Spirit Mountain. However, this sovereign seal is hidden. But if the blood race's experts approach this place, it would activate and kill them. It's because of the sovereign seal that the blood race does not dare to attack the Martial Heaven continent. Otherwise, the Martial Heaven continent's lifeforms would have long since been killed or enslaved. How laughable that there are so many idiots on the continent. Instead of being vigilant against these threats, they fight amongst themselves. The sovereigns fought to create a peaceful world for them, and those people wasted their good intentions. Mo9's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Upon arriving at the channel, Cloud opened her mouth and spat out the Dragonblood Legion and the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts. Cloud had her own space within her that could store objects. Holding 100,000 people was actually very simple for her. However, she had to release them before entering the spatial channel, or there was a danger of it crumbling if so many people entered at once. Let's go. Long Chen waved his hand. Mo9 took the lead while Chu Yao, Yi Zhikyu, and the others followed behind him. In case there was any danger, they could handle it. As for Long Chen, he brought up the rear. Everyone quickly entered the channel and vanished. When the final batch entered, Long Chen looked back at the distant black world. Waving his hand, he also entered, vanishing from the yin-yang world. Damnable Martial Heaven continent, damnable human race, just wait. The blood race will sooner or later crush the Martial Heaven continent, roared that elder from the blood race. However, he didn't dare to approach the channel. Regretfully, Long Chen could no longer hear him. The space before Long Chen brightened. The familiar air and spatial fluctuations made him relax. They had finally returned to the Martial Heaven continent. Ha, I Mo9 have finally returned. This time I'm going for an even greater undertaking. Fuck, other than the Ancient Family Alliance, there are also the tombs of the ancient races, Corrupt Path, Xuanhuan Beasts, Bloodco Hall, and Heavenly Fate Island. I'll be conducting archaeology everywhere, declared Mo9. Mo9 suddenly put his hands on Zia Chen and Gu Ran's shoulders. Brothers, come with me. I'm proficient in reading faces, and I can declare with great certainty that the two of you will accomplish great things. Are you interested in joining hands with me in my great undertaking? Gu Ran and Zia Chen exchanged a glance, not understanding what Mo9 was saying. Long Chen was the one who irritably said, "You want to draw them in because Zia Chen is skilled in formations and Gu Ran is skilled in forging. It'll be much easier for you to rob tombs." Hey, don't make it sound so ugly. I'm excavating our lost history. Together, we can bring back that golden age of cultivation to the current age. How is it, brothers? Come with me, and I guarantee you'll quickly fall in love with this work, said Mo9 with a laugh. The other experts present chortled. Mo9 really was an oddity. He actually liked this kind of work. Not good, Long Chen, we've fallen into a trap. Yue Zioqian suddenly sent a message to Long Chen. Chapter 1913, The Sure Death Trap. Translator, Born to Be. At the same time, Zia Chen, who had been examining their surroundings, suddenly let out a startled cry. He threw a formation disc in the air. Boom! Divine runes suddenly appeared and the void exploded. Their surroundings vanished. Everyone was shocked to find themselves floating in space. What's going on? Shouted Gu Ran. Our channel has been rigged by someone. We actually entered an illusion formation that transported us somewhere else, said Zia Chen. Quick, get out of here. Long Chen's expression also changed. This was a transportation formation trying to bring them nowhere good. Yue Zioqian and Zia Chen had noticed it, and Zia Chen had severed the formation. Just as they were preparing to flee, the void shook. A group of people appeared, blocking them. When those people arrived, everyone's hearts shook. The world was completely sealed by a terrifying power. It was like there were chains binding them. Nether Passage experts. There were over 30 Nether Passage experts, while their leader was a white-haired elder that Long Chen recognized. When Long Chen had gone to save his parents in the eastern wasteland, he had captured one of Heavenly Fate Island's disciples. In the midst of a soul search, this elder had suddenly attacked him, almost taking his life. However, the elder had ended up provoking the Divine Gate Star into counterattacking, which had saved Long Chen. Although Long Chen had never met this elder, he remembered his face. When Long Chen killed Luo Tianji, he learned that the elder was actually one of Heavenly Fate Island's Grand Elders, as well as its vice island master. Long Chen, no matter how slippery you are, you won't be able to escape from my hands. If you don't want to die, then come quietly. I can let you live, said that elder of Heavenly Fate Island coldly. Although the elder concealed it well, Long Chen could see the anger in his eyes. He could also see something odd. It was as if he was also slightly afraid. Long Chen and the others were surrounded by over 30 Nether Passage experts, and their life and death domains were active, binding them. The disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance couldn't even move a finger. They were under such immense pressure that their bodies shuddered. After all, these people were Nether Passage experts in control of life and death energy. In the face of their pressure, these disciples didn't have the slightest ability to resist, especially in the life and death domains. In front of 12th rank magical beasts, they would still have some ability to fight. However, in front of Nether Passage experts in control of life and death energy, they were completely suppressed. The voice of the elder from Heavenly Fate Island resounded through the air loudly, shaking their eardrums and provoking fear. Long Chen walked out and eyed these experts. Some were from the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, the Xuanhuan beasts, and he even saw some wearing the robes of Pill Valley and the Bloodco Hall. There were a total of 33 of them, and clearly the elder from Heavenly Fate Island was their leader. He stood in the air, looking at them like a judge convicting prisoners. Old fellow, I've never managed to figure out why you continue to target me despite not having any enmity with me, said Long Chen, a bit curious. He truly didn't know why Heavenly Fate Island was targeting him. Even Li Tianxuan hadn't figured it out. Heavenly Fate Island had no reason to target him. From this elder's eyes, Long Chen read something strange. This elder was actually afraid of him, yet had also come here to ensure his death. He couldn't understand why. Why do you not know? Sneered the elder. I really don't. Long Chen shook his head. The elder clasped his hands behind him and coldly said, My Heavenly Fate Island cultivates the ability to read the way of heavens. 100 years ago, we deduced that a fiend would be born on the Martial Heaven continent and bring disaster to all, throwing the continent into chaos. That fiend is you, Long Chen. Heavenly Fate Island is eliminating you to remove a scourge for the people. Fuck off. You might be able to scam others, but you can't scam me. If you could really read the heavens, you wouldn't have sent the 4 Fate Princes into the yin-yang world. Now that your 4 Fate Princes are dead, you don't have a single person to receive your inheritance. What are you blindly bragging about? Cursed Long Chen. This old fellow's sanctimonious appearance was too hateful. HMPH, the 4 Fate Princes died to eradicate evil. Their deaths were for the peace of the Martial Heaven continent. They're heroes who entered the yin-yang world knowing that they wouldn't return alive. For the Martial Heaven continent, they didn't even frown as they became sacrifices for peace. After such heroes have died, you even have to slander and vilify them. Long Chen, don't you think you're too malicious? The elder pointed at Long Chen with righteous indignation. Long Chen almost laughed from fury. He had finally seen the most shameless person in his life. Every time this elder opened his mouth, he managed to twist the truth to convenience himself. Those 4 Fate Princes had actually been turned into the eternal heroes of the Martial Heaven continent by his words. Shameless thing, I've never seen someone so shameless. All right, your mouth is bigger so I can't out-talk you. Then tell me, Long Chen was about to continue asking questions. Who has the time to talk nonsense with you? Stop stalling. I can see through all your thoughts easily. I'll only give you to the count of 3. Either come quietly or die, interrupted the elder. Ah, you really have some skill. You even saw that I was stalling. Long Chen sighed and shook his head sadly. You should just give up. Although you broke the spatial channel so the transportation didn't complete, you still won't be able to escape. Ah, so you had the trap laid out well in advance. My guess is that if the transportation had succeeded, we'd be in some prison. Even death would probably be luxurious by then, right? Asked Long Chen. Not bad, not bad. Bastard, stop changing the subject. Decide whether you want to live or die. If you don't want to die, then step forward. I guarantee I won't take your life, shouted the elder. Old ghost, shut up. We followed senior apprentice brother Long Chen and senior apprentice sister Yi Lingshan through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Do you think you could make us give up now? Sneered a disciple. You must think that we're 3-year-old children, or are you the actual 3-year-old? That disciple's words instantly stimulated everyone else. That's right, since we dared to stand beside senior apprentice sister Yi Lingshan, we're prepared to die. Old fellow, open your dog eyes and look closely. We aren't that crowd of fools afraid of your Heavenly Fate Island. Even if we die, we'll be able to smile on the path to the Yellow Springs. What's there to be afraid of? When we run into those ghosts we killed, we can kill them again. These disciples were already aware that they were definitely dead, and so fearing death was meaningless. They began to curse that elder. If they couldn't kill him, at least they would curse him until they were satisfied before dying. Monian smiled. There were still some tough people in the Martial Heaven Alliance, and none had submitted amongst over 100,000 experts. That was incredibly rare. Everyone was afraid of death, but they chose dignity and honor even in death. For this many people to be united, a strange atmosphere unfurled. Even the rather timid people were getting fierce. Then don't blame me for being merciless. Strip their Yuan spirits and seal them, ordered the elder. All the Nether Passage experts extended a hand. Life and death energy raged, forming a resonance with heaven and earth. Old ghost, being overconfident will make you suffer, said Long Chen. He raised his hands into a seal. Acting tough won't save you. Tell me just how will I suffer, sneered the elder. You're the vice master of Heavenly Fate Island, so you must be skilled in reading the heavens. However, did you calculate that you would face a calamity that would take your life today? Asked Long Chen. Arrogance, today I'll take the place of your parents to teach you how to talk to your elders. The elder from Heavenly Fate Island was angered, and he waved his hand. Life and death energy converged. Who do you think you are to teach me? To tell you the truth, I'm the real god of reading the future. Today, I guarantee you will definitely die by my hands. Long Chen suddenly completed his hand seals. The void behind him began to rapidly spin, forming a giant channel. The world shuddered as a giant silver dragon claw reached out of the channel. The silver claw was bigger than a mountain and directly slammed toward that elder. The elder had never dreamed that Long Chen would be capable of such an attack. He instinctively shifted his energy toward the dragon claw. The void exploded and the elder was sent flying back, coughing up blood. At the same time, the other Nether Passage experts were blown back by the silver claw. They stared in shock at the space behind Long Chen. The channel that Long Chen had summoned was constantly breaking and tearing apart. In the end, a giant drake managed to squeeze out of it, appearing in the sky. Chapter 1914 Lightning Field Dragon King. Translator Born to Be. The giant lightning drake appeared, causing the world to shudder intensely. Its silver light blazed even more intensely than the sun. At the next moment, the elder from Heavenly Fate Island was swatted away by the silver drake's claw, and the other Nether Passage experts immediately tensed up, divine items appearing in their hands. They had never seen such a life form. They were filled with shock. How was it possible for Long Chen to summon such a terrifying existence? Little fellow, didn't we say you can't call me for nothing? The silver drake's voice resounded in Long Chen's mind. It was angry. It didn't like being summoned. It had never agreed to definitely help Long Chen. The only agreement was that the ordinary drakes would help him. It was actually extremely polite of it to appear now. Isn't it because I have no choice? Look at these old ghosts. They've lived for so many years, but they're bullying a poor beginner like me. Isn't that a pain? We're friends, and for them to bully me is also bullying you. I might be able to endure it, but I feel bad for you being insulted like this. Long Chen was also pleasantly surprised that the silver drake would heed his summons. He had actually been so nervous that it wouldn't give him this face. Hence, he hastily drew it over to the same side as him. Stop spouting nonsense. Let me tell you, I'll only be your fighter once. Next time I won't come no matter what's going on, snorted the silver drake. Yes, yes, once is enough. Help me eliminate them, and I definitely won't forget you during my tribulation. It's impossible for me to do that. The channel you've opened is too small, so my true body can't enter. I'm just a split body and my power is limited. Furthermore, if I were to use the full power of my split body, the channel you summoned would crumble within 10 breaths' time. Then I'd have to go back. I can't kill this many people in that time frame, said the silver drake. Long Chen was shocked. A single split body was actually that powerful. Then if its true body was here, wouldn't it be able to annihilate them with a wave of its claw? However, 10 breaths' time was truly too short. Long Chen quickly thought of something and replied, how about we do this? Boom! Suddenly, the silver drake shot into motion. A giant tail whipped toward the Nether Passage experts. Defend together, shouted the elder from Heavenly Fate Island. The Nether Passage experts raised their divine items against the tail. Divine light exploded. Divine items could only unleash their greatest power in the hands of Nether Passage experts. As a result, These 33 Nether Passage experts were unleashing over 10 times the power of that group of Life-Star Empyreans. It was something none of the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts could receive. This was the power of Nether Passage experts. However, the Silver Drake was too powerful. The attacks of the divine items bounced off its body, and its dragon tail suddenly curled toward the Heavenly Fate Island's elder. That elder was startled. This Silver Drake had forced the others back just to target him. Not giving up, he took out a giant feng shui board. Countless runes flew out of it and wrapped around him. He then practically teleported away, avoiding being caught up in the dragon tail. However, he had just reappeared when a giant dragon claw smashed into him, shattering the feng shui compass's defenses. The Silver Drake was unstoppable. So against existences stronger than them, Heavenly Fate Island's heaven-reading arts are also useless. They can't calculate their attacks or plans, said Yi Lingshan. In front of an existence much stronger than him, this elder was unable to calculate anything. The elder's expression changed. He suddenly threw the feng shui compass above his head and began forming hand seals. Unfortunately, halfway through his seals, a lightning spear pierced through his back and out his chest. Dying, the elder stiffened and couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. He tried to turn around to see who had attacked him. My fortune-telling skills told me that you would face a bloody calamity today. Now do you believe it? Long Chen's voice rang out from behind him. The elder saw a pair of lightning wings on Long Chen's back and a berserk lightning spear in his hand. This sudden attack made both friends and foes simply stand there in dumbfounded silence. They stared in shock at that figure. It was so sudden that they couldn't believe their eyes. A powerful Nether Passage expert's life was now in the hands of a soul transformation disciple. The reason this elder was the leader of these Nether Passage experts was because he had reached the second realm of Nether Passage, the Life Realm. The Nether Passage realm was split into 4 parts. The first was life and death energy, the second was life energy, the third was death energy, and the fourth was the final step of the Nether Passage realm, the Samsara realm, gaining control of Samsara energy. The majority of Nether Passage experts were stuck in the first realm, in control of only the most basic life and death energy. This elder was the leader of this group, not just because of his status as the Vice Island Master of Heavenly Fate Island, but also due to his terrifying cultivation base. However, such a terrifying expert was actually struck through the back by Long Chen. This scene was unbelievable. Even those close to Long Chen were dumbfounded. Just when had their boss become so powerful, even a Nether Passage expert could be slain by him in one move. Boss really is boss. No one knows just how powerful he is, chortled Gu Ran. When did he become so powerful? What a monster! Mo Nian was speechless. The most shocked ones were the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Was Long Chen really human? In his current state, he looked like an undefeatable god of war. The lightning spear in his hand and the giant lightning dragon behind him turned him into a stunning sight, an existence that they didn't dare to look at directly. Little fellow, extracting my energy will make me have to leave sooner. The Silver Drake sent a message to Long Chen. This attack was his paragon art, the Wild Lightning Soul Battle Spear. Using this paragon art that was connected to the lightning field naturally used the energy of the Silver Drake, and it was precisely because of this that Long Chen's attack was so powerful that the elder was unable to sense it. I can handle the rest. There's no need for you to continue fighting. Just do your best to stay here as long as possible, replied Long Chen. He was now in control as he had managed to stun his opponents. The Silver Drake didn't reply. Its aura was pulled back into its body, and it floated behind Long Chen, coldly looking at the stunned Nether Passage experts. Old ghost, why aren't you saying anything anymore? Can't you read the future? Did you ever read that you would die now? Asked Long Chen to the elder that had a lightning spear through his back. The elder was about to speak when Long Chen's lightning spear shook. The elder suddenly coughed up blood, a black and white crack appearing on his forehead. Don't try to play with me, sneered Long Chen. His lightning spear had just shattered the elder's dantian because he had tried to secretly counterattack. The crack on the elder's head caused startled cries to ring out from the Nether Passage experts. They knew that Long Chen had just shattered the elder's dantian and had heavily injured his Yuan spirit with his powerful thunder force. That crack indicated that his life and death energy was currently dissipating. Once it was gone, he would be dead. Long Chen had essentially crippled the elder's cultivation base. Now he was powerless to resist. Long Chen, you won't have a good death, roared the elder. With his cultivation base crippled, he knew he would quickly die. Someone definitely won't have a good death, but it won't be me. What do you think? Long Chen smiled coldly. His spear once more shook. Now the elder's lower body exploded, leaving only his chest and upper body. Long Chen stabbed his chest again. I've never provoked you, but your heavenly fate island has repeatedly harmed me. Do you really think I'm so easy to bully? It seems I've been giving you people too much face. I've always operated on the principle of if you don't offend me, I won't offend you. But now it seems I have to show you the price for provoking me. Long Chen's voice was so cold that it made other people's hair stand on end. Those Nether Passage experts all shivered. Long Chen was absolutely ruthless. If they allowed him to grow up, none of them would survive. Long Chen, I curse you. The elder's roar was interrupted as the rest of his body exploded. He was killed just like that. Just at this moment, the channel behind Long Chen shook. The silver drake's body was slowly pulled back into it and vanished. Kill them. With the silver drake gone, the Nether Passage experts roared. Chapter 1915, The Ferocious Old Man. Translator Born to Be. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar rang out as the lightning dragon reappeared behind Long Chen. The charging Nether Passage experts immediately retreated. The lightning dragon rapidly spun, forming the lightning channel once more. Useless fools, come over here. Let me see which of you aren't afraid of dying, shouted Long Chen contemptuously. Those Nether Passage experts were bewildered. The lightning channel had reappeared. Because the silver drake had previously charged out of it, they couldn't be sure that it wouldn't come out again. With Long Chen's wily and mischievous nature, who knew whether or not he was laying down a trap to bait them in. In truth, this was the real trap. Long Chen's power was limited, and there was no way for him to maintain this spatial channel. He had only managed to summon it for a while by borrowing Meng Qi's energy. Now, he was just maintaining some empty bravado. This channel that Lei Long had summoned was a fake one. It wasn't connected to the lightning field, nor did it have the power to reach there. Although it looked mighty, it was an empty shell. However, this empty shell was so terrifying to these Nether Passage experts that they didn't dare to approach. No one was willing to take the risk of testing the channel. Hence, they were waiting for someone else to test it for them. The death of that elder from Heavenly Fate Island made them lose their backbones. They were old foxes that had lived for countless years. And the older they lived, the more afraid of dying they became. For a long moment, Long Chen simply stood there with a disdainful smile. The lightning dragon roared behind him, and these old foxes were kept at bay. What are you doing? Are you fighting or not? If not, scram. We haven't eaten yet and we're starting to get hungry, shouted Xuanhuan. His confidence in Long Chen was close to blind. That's right, if you're going to attack, then hurry up. What are you still waiting for? You've lived for so many years, aren't you tired of life? The sooner you die, the sooner you can reincarnate. Don't you want to see what it's like to be a new person? Mo Nian also followed. Exactly. I'll tell you the truth, our boss is just trying to frighten you. Come and attack. Even the Dragon Blood warriors joined in, mocking the Nether Passage experts, making them furious. Long Chen kept a faint smile on his face, but his palms were behind his back and sweating. It seemed his friends and allies really weren't afraid of death. If these Nether Passage experts were to charge over, they would be doomed. They should be a bit gentler with their conning. If one of the Nether Passage experts lost control of their anger, they would be instantly exposed. Long Chen was as nervous as possible, but he had to act like victory was in his grasp. He had to look lightly upon the opposing experts. We can't just keep waiting. He might be bluffing, so we just have to test it with a probing blow. There's no need to commit to an all-out attack, said one of the Nether Passage experts suddenly, seeming to have noticed something. The others nodded, and rays of divine light shot toward Long Chen. Fuck, they really did attack. Long Chen couldn't keep acting and hastily blocked with Evil Moon. As a result, those multiple probing blows sent him flying. Even if they were just probing blows, they were the attacks of Nether Passage experts. If they had been real attacks, he would have lost his life. Long Chen was sent flying, and the lightning dragon behind him, who endured the majority of the attack power, exploded. It's a fake, little bastard, die. Although the lightning dragon immediately condensed once more after exploding, those Nether Passage experts didn't sense any spatial fluctuations. In other words, the so-called spatial channel that the lightning dragon had condensed before was completely fake. Thinking of how Long Chen had embarrassed them to the point that they didn't dare to take a single step forward, they were infuriated. Damnable bastards, let's see if you can still act so tough now. We should skin them, remove their bones and refine their souls, making it so they can never reincarnate. Little brats die. Those Nether Passage experts were fully angered, while the Dragonblood Legion's people were dumbfounded. Only now did they find out that they had provoked a disaster. Idiots, come if you have any guts. Your daddy Long will receive you. Long Chen wiped away some blood on his mouth. He rested Evil Moon on his shoulder without the slightest fear. Brat, you still dare to act tough. One of the Nether Passage experts, wearing the robes of the Corrupt Path, immediately charged forward. Long Chen still had a disdainful expression on his face, and Evil Moon was resting on his shoulder lazily. Just like that, he lightly stared as this Nether Passage expert charged at him. Die? That expert was infuriated, and suddenly he put away his divine item, reaching out for Long Chen with his bare hand. Although he cried for death, he actually wanted to capture him alive. Suddenly, divine light erupted through the void, and a tower descended from the heavens, unleashing a ray of light. The corrupt Nether Passage expert was struck by the tower and exploded into blood mist. Even his Yuan spirit dissipated. You're finally here, Long Chen sighed with relief. The Xuanhuan Tower. Startled cries rang out as this giant tower descended. It slowly spun, unleashing waves of divine light that forced back those Nether Passage experts. Xuan Master, the Dragonblood warriors let out delighted cries. Two figures materialized on the Xuanhuan Tower. It was Li Tianxuan and the old patriarch. The most shocking thing was that at some unknown point, Li Tianxuan had actually advanced to the Nether Passage realm. He had life and death energy flowing around him, and he appeared completely calm as well as confident. HMPH, so what if you've come? Do you think you can block all of us? Attack. One of the ancient race experts shouted, and immediately launched an attack on the Xuanhuan Tower. The Xuanhuan Tower's waves of divine light enveloped the Dragonblood Legion and the Martial Heaven Alliance's people, drawing them into the Xuanhuan Tower. The divine light then flowed out, blocking the crazed attacks of the Nether Passage experts. The Xuanhuan Tower is said to be #1 in defense, excluding the 5 supreme divine items. It should be no problem for it to block you for a while, said Li Tianxuan lightly atop the Xuanhuan Tower. The Nether Passage experts crazily attacked, and the Xuanhuan Tower was shuddering, but they were still unable to break its divine light barrier. The name of #1 in defense was not for nothing. You've even used your karmic luck divine item. Aren't you afraid of the Xuanhuan Dao sect being destroyed? Shouted one of the corrupt experts hatefully. A divine item like the Xuanhuan Tower that was used to maintain a sect's karmic luck usually couldn't leave the sect. If the karmic luck divine pool was damaged during the time that the divine item left the sect, that would spell disaster. The heaven-suppressing magic sect was an example. Its divine pool had been destroyed by Long Chen, causing its karmic luck to dissipate. As a result, the quality of its divine item plummeted until it finally vanished from this world. The Xuanhuan Tower was the same. If someone took advantage of this time to attack the Xuanhuan Dao sect and destroy its divine pool, then it would have lost its foundation. The Xuanhuan Dao sect would slowly disappear from this world, while the Xuanhuan Tower would gradually lose its power. There's no need for you to worry about it. If you want, you can alert your fellow corrupt experts to attack the Xuanhuan Dao sect, said Li Tianxuan. With the current Grand Formation protecting the Xuanhuan Dao sect, even without the Xuanhuan Tower, it could handle other people's sneak attacks. After all, that Grand Formation was something that Long Chen had built up with all his wealth. Its power was definitely shocking. It was just that no one else knew of its power yet. Don't scatter your attacks, concentrate them, I'll count to 3, follow me. That expert had just started shouting when a sword slashed down from the sky. A giant sword image tore through the sky, and although that Nether Passage expert immediately sensed it, he was cut in two along with his divine item. Shameless bastards, you dare to bully my children, all of you can die. A white-haired man appeared in front of everyone, looking like a furious lion. He held a large sword in his hand. Killing intent was surging out of him, and after slaying one Nether Passage expert, he didn't stop. He continued attacking the others. Old man, Long Chen was delighted. This was the leader of the heaven-splitting battle sect, Wu Guangyuan. He had actually managed to advance to the Nether Passage realm. You sent out a distress signal, but I did the same. It's just that our old man was one step slower, said Bao Buping. As soon as Long Chen had sensed something wrong, he had activated a secret distress signal that the Xuanhuan Tower would immediately sense. Before everyone had entered the yin-yang world, Li Tianxuan had felt that things would be exceptionally dangerous, so he had specifically told Meng Qi to give that distress signal to Long Chen. He had secretly left the sect with the Xuanhuan Tower, just to prevent the worst-case scenario. The reality showed that Li Tianxuan's cautiousness had been necessary. As for Bao Buping, he had also sent out a distress signal. When he had entered the yin-yang world, the old man had yet to come out of seclusion. However, the distress signal had to be sent so that at least Boss Bao and the others would know how they died and avenge them. Hence, they were also surprised to see the old man here. He had charged over using some secret technique. One of the ancient race Nether Passage experts started a fierce fight against the old man, however. They had only just clashed when the old man cut him in two as well. "That's the heaven-splitting blade," startled cries rang out. The Xuanhuan Tower was claimed to be number 1 in defense, while the heaven-splitting blade was claimed to be number 1 in offense. Even divine items could be cut by it. Chapter 19:16 Neither side giving an inch. Translator born to be. Having advanced to the Nether Passage realm, the old man's power had skyrocketed. The heaven-splitting blade was roaring like a wild beast aching to slaughter. All the other divine items that were raised against it were cut in two by the heaven-splitting blade. The old man's power was explosive, and each strike of his sword killed its target. He attacked 7 times, killing 7 Nether Passage experts. Heavens, is he a god? He's crazy. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples were all dumbfounded. They had never seen someone like this, who slew Nether Passage experts so easily. Run! No one was able to stop the old man with the heaven-splitting blade. Terrified, they knew fleeing was their only choice. Split the heavens 8! The old man roared and a fierce sword image appeared, shaking the world. Space twisted so wildly that it was impossible to see anything. The only thing they could hear was rumbling. It was like heaven and earth had been split. They gradually returned to their senses, and their vision was restored. Their realm wasn't even high enough to see that attack. After that attack, all they saw was 7 figures tumbling back, wildly spurting blood. Their divine items had crumbled in their hands. The other Nether Passage experts had vanished. Even Li Tianxuan and the Patriarch were startled. Li Tianxuan sighed. The 9 forms of split the heavens would make even ghosts and gods flee. This kind of power is unstoppable. The current old man was like a tiger off his mountain, a dragon soaring out of the sea. Although he had just advanced to the Nether Passage realm, with the heaven-splitting blade in his hand, he was dominating these experienced Nether Passage experts. One of the Xuan Beast experts tried to stabilize himself as he tumbled back, but then a ray of sword chi severed his head. A pale hand caught the head, and a woman appeared in the air, her sword stained with blood. Pointing her sword at the other Nether Passage experts, she shouted, "Surrender and I'll spare your lives." Upon seeing that woman, Yi Lingshan was delighted. It was her master, the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance, Jianying. Behind Jianying was a group of over 10 Nether Passage experts who surrounded these people. "Even if you surrender, you'll still die." However, the old man didn't listen and continued to attack the heavily injured Nether Passage experts. Each slash of his blade took one of their lives, and they were all killed. On his own, the old man had killed almost all the Nether Passage experts. He was a bit out of breath, but the bloodstains on him made him appear even more domineering. The old man stabbed the heaven-splitting blade into the ground. Leaning on it, he looked at Jianying without saying anything. This again. Long Chen clapped his head, feeling a headache coming on. These two could never get along. "You, HMPH, so after advancing to the Nether Passage realm, you think you can go against me?" Jianying roared furiously. The old man wasn't giving her any face. "Your words are stupid. First of all, even without advancing to the Nether Passage realm, I could still go against you. Second, these idiots insulted my children. What's wrong with the elders standing up for the children? Could it be that I have to be like a certain coward who doesn't dare to say anything even after their own disciples are killed?" snorted the old man disdainfully. "What do you think you're saying?" raged Jianying. "Hey, let's all calm down. Don't you think 2 seniors shouting at each other is a bit unsuitable in front of 100,000 disciples?" Long Chen hastily flew forward, trying to mediate things. These two seemed to get worse tempers as they got older. If they were to really start fighting, that would be a giant joke. Only then did Jianying notice that over 100,000 disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance were staring at them oddly. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Some people forget past favors, even forgetting just who to thank for advancing to the Nether Passage realm." Jianing's eyes reddened slightly. She had made painstaking efforts to help the old man, but in the end, it was Long Chen who had managed to convince the old man to use her help. Now the old man had advanced to the Nether Passage realm, and if he didn't want to listen to her, fine. But he actually went against her, putting her in such an embarrassing situation in front of so many people. She felt a bit aggrieved. The old man's expression immediately changed, and he was about to retort, "I." However, Long Chen hastily grabbed him, saying, "All right, now isn't the time to argue about this. There's been major events in the yin-yang world, so we have to hurry up. Discussing the important matters take precedence. If you want to discuss something, discuss it yourselves. I'm just an old man and there's nothing for me to say. In any case, it won't matter what I say. I'm leaving, and if you need something, just send me a message. The heaven-splitting battle sect will fight." After saying that, the old man beckoned to Bao Buping and Chang Hao. The heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples could only follow the old man as he left. Bao Buping and Chang Hao helplessly waved goodbye. Long Chen smiled. "Alliance head, you shouldn't argue with him. You know he has a temper. You heard what he said, as long as the Martial Heaven Alliance goes to war, he will join in. He just has a bad way of showing it." The old man was truly too stubborn, but the Alliance head herself wasn't much better off in that regard. She knew that he had that kind of temper but was still instantly provoked. As for the old man, seeing Jianing aggrieved because of him, he had clearly felt guilty yet refused to lower his head. Was saying a few nice words really that difficult? The old man didn't even ask Long Chen what had happened in the yin-yang world before leaving. He clearly didn't want to stay here. The heaven-splitting battle sex people, from top to bottom, all had very direct characters. If they liked you, they would be willing to give their lives for you. If they didn't like you, they wouldn't even look at you. So their characters didn't make them get along with the rest of the world. Jianing looked at the stubborn back of the old man as he left. Her mouth opened and shut a few times, but she didn't say anything in the end. "Let's go. We can talk once we're back at the Martial Heaven Alliance." Jianing waved her hand, bringing them back to the headquarters. With Jianing and the others' protection, they were finally returning. Upon returning to the headquarters, the disciples finally relaxed. They felt like they had just gone through tribulation and been reborn. Some of the female disciples were even crying. The feeling of living was good. Although they hadn't felt fear in that intense battle to the death, that was because in that situation they couldn't afford to do so. Now that it was over, a lingering fear appeared. On the other hand, the Dragonblood Legion's people were all calm, as if they hadn't gone through anything at all. That made the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples feel even greater admiration for them. They were true warriors. That intense slaughter was something that the Dragonblood Legion was already used to. The young disciples began conversing with the Dragonblood warriors with great reverence. The headquarters became very lively. "You should be the brilliant disciple of Taoist Heavenly Feather of the Divine Ice Palace." Once they were back, Jianing turned toward Yi Zhikyu. "I don't dare to accept that praise, but yes, my master is Taoist Heavenly Feather." Yi Zhikyu greets the Alliance head. Yi Zhikyu bowed slightly. Jianing smiled. "It seems Taoist Heavenly Feather is still my senior." "Then does that mean I can call you senior apprentice sister in the future?" Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. "Little brat, you dare to take advantage of me. Are you itching for a beating?" cursed Jianing. "How can it count as taking advantage? According to reason, Yi Zhikyu is from the same generation as me and even my lover. Her master is your senior, so she should call you senior apprentice sister, as should I," said Long Chen. You little brat, which relation matters more, my relation with the old man or her master?" "Well, that's true. Then how about while Zhikyu is present, I'll call you senior apprentice sister, and while she's not, I'll call you based on the old man's relationship with you." "Brat, you really are the same as that old bastard." As expected, the master raises the same kind of disciple. Cough. Li Tianxuan suddenly had a coughing fit, and the patriarch had a bitter smile. It seemed that even they had been included in this cursing. "I'm not talking about you two. I'm talking about that old bastard who's like a dung-covered rock, stinky and hard." Only then did Jianing recall that Long Chen wasn't just a disciple of the heaven-splitting battle sect, but also the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Yi Lingxian, and the others all covered a smile. "You keep your mouth shut. I'll handle you later." Jianing didn't give Long Chen any chance to keep quibbling. She turned to Mo Nian. The Mo family was once a blazing sun in this world. With them leading it, the ancient family alliance was a force to be reckoned with. Although the Mo family has now declined, Don't you think doing such dishonorable things all day is an embarrassment to your ancestors? Chapter 19, 17 Enemy Forces Come to Call. Translator Born to Be. Jianing's tone was like a harsh elder criticizing her own child. Although it was harsh, she wasn't treating Mo Nian as an outsider. Mo Nian innocently said, "I don't embarrass my ancestors at all. If anything, they would be proud of me for unearthing the remnants of our lost history. I'm bringing back the remnants of the immortals for the martial heaven continent's development." "All right, you can stop." As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. "No wonder you're so close to that fellow Long Chen. You shouldn't learn from him," said Jianing, who couldn't be bothered to continue listening to Mo Nian's quibbling. Mo Nian immediately said, "Senior, you really understand me. In truth, I was once an incomparably pure and motivated youth. I had such dreams. But then I encountered Long Chen. I can't say any more, I'm going to cry." Mo Nian's aggrieved expression immediately made Long Chen rage. "You were the bad sort from the start, so what does it have to do with me? Who do you think you're trying to blame?" The disciples laughed at their interaction, and even some of the old Nether Passage experts cracked a smile. To them, the children these days were quite lively. Even though they had just escaped death, they were relaxed. What was an expert? This was an expert. True experts didn't always need to maintain a high and mighty air. An expert who could laugh and curse was a real expert. Both Long Chen and Mo Nian didn't act like they were supreme normally, but in battle, they became undefeatable gods. An expert who didn't look down on the weak or fear the strong was more worthy of their admiration. Even Jianing couldn't help smiling. These two really were a perfect pair. "All right, tell us what happened inside. The few of you should come with me to discuss it," said Jianing. She was indicating that Long Chen, Mo Nian, Yi Lingshan, Yi Zhikyu, as well as the people on the level of the Dragonblood Legion's captains should go somewhere to talk. That would be more dignified and easier. Although they were just soul transformation disciples, they had terrifying potential. It was almost set in stone that they would be able to advance to the Nether Passage realm. That was why she viewed them as the future backbones of the righteous path. "Thank you, but I won't be going. As a disciple of the Divine Ice Palace, some things aren't convenient for me to participate in," said Yi Zhikyu. The Divine Ice Palace was also a sect situated outside the struggle of the righteous and corrupt paths. The reason why she was standing beside Long Chen was due to personal reasons, but if she were to participate in a gathering of the righteous path, it would be equivalent to pulling in the Divine Ice Palace, so she couldn't attend this meeting. "I've never attended any such meetings, so if you have any instructions, just tell Miss Lingshan and she can tell me. Even if your orders are to walk through fire, I won't hesitate," said Mo Nian solemnly. Long Chen got goosebumps just by listening. Even when picking up girls, there was no need to be so shameless. Long Chen was amazed by how thick his skin was. "Alliance head, those of us who belong to the Dragonblood Legion will just listen to Long Chen. He can go talk it out with you, but we don't need to go. We sisters haven't seen Zhikyu in many years, so it just so happens that we have much to catch up on. We don't want to bring you trouble," said Chu Yao. As a result, everyone from the Dragonblood Legion retreated. Just Long Chen alone was enough. Long Chen stealthily cast a glance at Yi Lingshan. She immediately understood and said, "Alliance head, there were many outstanding experts appeared amongst our Martial Heaven Alliance this time. I feel like they are qualified to join in on this discussion." In front of everyone, Yi Lingshan couldn't call Jianing master. She had to call her Alliance head to indicate her impartiality. There was a deeper meaning in the Dragonblood Legion leaving. It was to give Yi Lingshan a greater chance for promotion. After all, the Martial Heaven Alliance was the Martial Heaven Alliance, while the Dragonblood Legion was the Dragonblood Legion. Yi Lingshan had to raise her own confidants. Once those confidants grew up and became masters of their own sects, her position in the Martial Heaven Alliance would be solidified. Before this, Yi Lingshan had had this thought but hadn't dared to bring it up because, although there were many outstanding figures amongst the Martial Heaven Alliance, they paled a bit in comparison to the monsters of the Dragonblood Legion. If she invited them to enter alongside those monsters, they would feel inferior. With the Dragonblood Legion retreating, they had freed up space for these outstanding figures. The Dragonblood Legion would not touch the Martial Heaven Alliance's posts and positions. In truth, this was a very important aspect. If the Dragonblood Legion merged into the Martial Heaven Alliance, it wouldn't be long before the Martial Heaven Alliance became a branch of the Dragonblood Legion. That was extremely bad for the Martial Heaven Alliance's stability. Furthermore, their enemies would use that chance to criticize them, saying that Long Chen had been planning this from the start, to take over the Martial Heaven Alliance. After all, an alliance was just an alliance. It was not a single large sect. There were many complicated relations that Long Chen did not want to participate in. Jianying nodded, allowing Yi Lingshan to pick out a total of 36 powerful experts to enter the meeting. Li Tianxuan also entered, but the old patriarch left with the Xuanhuan Tower. The news that the Xuanhuan Tower had left the Xuanhuan Dao sect was rapidly spreading, so to be safe, the Xuanhuan Tower should return. Mo Nian and the other disciples were left to chat in the plaza. It was very lively. Having undergone a great battle together, they all felt closer to each other than before. Those disciples that had comprehended the Tao of life and death in particular were extremely grateful to the Dragonblood Legion. They had sacrificed much for them. Countless disciples hadn't been qualified to enter the yin-yang world. Jianying had ordered that any disciples below rank 8 Celestial would be immediately kicked out of the Martial Heaven Alliance if they dared to enter the yin-yang world. If they had entered, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Many disciples had been a bit angry with that order. It was wasting a chance for them to adventure and get stronger. Although they didn't say it out loud, they thought about it. However, now they saw that only over 100,000 disciples had returned. Hearing about their miserable plight inside, they knew that the orders were justified. Let alone rank 8 and rank 9 Celestials, even Empyreans had been slaughtered. These rank 7 and below Celestials weren't even cannon fodder. Long Chen and the others entered the Martial Heaven Palace, but he didn't see the 4 Grand Elders. It seemed they had left Jianying in charge of this. The 4 Grand Elders don't have much longevity left. It's not good for them to be walking about. They're sitting in quiet meditation, said Jianying, seeming to read Long Chen's mind. Alliance head, I've found the life-extending fruit. Long Chen took out dozens of fist-sized, fragrant fruit. You really found it, Jianying exclaimed with delight. I didn't have to meticulously look for it. I just found it in a mysterious medicinal mountain field. When the formations broke, I just grabbed everything I could, and I found the life-extending fruit amongst them, said Long Chen. Back when he had released the yin-yang immortal grass, and Yi Lingshan had broken the seal on the eastern wasteland bells fragment, they had ended up drawing out some terrifying oxhead devils. Those devils had broken the formation of the medicinal field, and Long Chen had plundered them. He had grabbed anything he could get his hands on, and coincidentally, he had found the life-extending fruit. That's excellent. With the life-extending fruit, the 4 Grand Elders will get a bit more longevity and be able to fight all out. That's huge for the Martial Heaven Alliance, said Jianying. Do you have any more? No, this is all I have. Long Chen shook his head. However, he sent a secret transmission to Jianying. I have more. It should be more than enough to use. These people are all trusted, so is there a need to be so careful? Demanded Jianying. She also said it through a spiritual transmission. If you want to trust them, that's up to you. I only trust you and Yi Lingshan, responded Long Chen. I'm telling you, don't you dare try to seduce my apprentice, warned Jianying. What? Long Chen almost coughed up blood. Did they have to treat him like a wolf to be guarded against? To Yi Lingshan, Jianying said. Lingshan explained the general situation. Yi Lingshan nodded and narrated what had happened. She included the details of the battle, as well as the fact that Pill Valley, the ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, the Xuanhuan beasts, Heavenly Fate Island, and the Bloodco Hall were secretly colluding. They had made a giant trap to annihilate the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Dragonblood Legion. Upon hearing of this trap, despite being prepared, Jianying was infuriated and shocked. This entire expedition to the yin-yang world had been a trap. At the same time, she became grave. Most likely, many large and powerful sects that were originally part of the Martial Heaven Alliance were about to become hostile. They would be even more difficult to handle in the future. However, when she heard that Yi Lingshan had slain one of the corrupt path's 3 kings, Mingjai, Jianying was filled with pride but also distress. At such a young age, Yi Lingshan had picked up such a heavy burden. As her master, she felt doing such a thing was unbearable, yet there was also no other choice. Jianying, get out here. Today, if you don't give me an explanation, the Martial Heaven Alliance will disappear forever from the Martial Heaven continent. Jianying was about to ask more questions when a furious shout resounded through the air like thunder, shaking everyone's ears. Chapter 19:18 Tensions Mount. Translator Born to Be. Jianying walked out of the Martial Heaven Palace, and saw that the sky was covered in experts that had surrounded the Martial Heaven Alliance's headquarters. They were actually all Nether Passage experts. The pressure of over 1,000 of them crashed down on the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples like a mountain. The disciples felt like their skeletons were going to shatter, and they helplessly knelt on the ground. Although they knew this was a humiliation, they did not have the power to resist. They wanted to stand, but in front of absolute power, bravery alone was not enough. Only the Dragonblood Legion and some powerful Empyreans were barely able to keep standing. However, even they were shuddering. 1,000 Nether Passage experts had descended upon Clearwind City. They didn't bother concealing their killing intent, and everyone in Clearwind City was enveloped in that pressure. This kind of army, an army of over 1,000 Nether Passage experts, was enough to run rampant over the entire Martial Heaven continent. This was an absolute force. These people belonged to the various large powers. There were some from the Righteous Path, the Corrupt Path, Pill Valley, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Ancient Races, and the Xuanhuan Beasts. Long Chen also saw two familiar faces. One was Pill Valley's master, Xuanhuan, the leader of this group. That shout just now was from him. Beside Xuanhuan was Dai Long. He was also coldly staring at Long Chen. His gaze was so sharp that it felt like it could pierce Long Chen. Not far from Dai Long was a man in black robes. His eyes were sunken, and they were deep like a falcon's eyes. This elder had blood chi swirling around him, looking like he had just come out of a blood bath. There were intense spatial fluctuations around him. Amongst those fluctuations, it was vaguely possible to see countless resentful spirits struggling and howling. That sight was extremely shocking. This elder was the Corrupt Path's leader, Zai Luo's ancestor, Zai Wenchen. He was the figure that inspired the most fear and trepidation in the Righteous Path. Zai Wenchen was a terrifying figure, but only a few people had ever seen him. It was surprising that he would actually appear here. There was another elder not far from him. He was large like an iron tower. He had a falcon's eyes and a falcon's nose, and golden light glowed within his eyes like two suns. When they opened, it was like golden rays of light were shining. He was the leader of the Xuanhuan Beasts. His name was Peng Wanli, and it was said that he was a descendant of the Kun Peng race. The Kun Peng was the earliest ancestor of the Peng race. First came the Kun and then came the Peng. The Kun transformed into the Peng, and thus it was called the Kun Peng. It possessed the most primordial bloodline. The Silver Wing Azure Peng, the Golden Wing Great Peng, they were all inferior branches. The Kun Peng was the strongest existence of the Peng race. Long Chen had once slain a genius of the Peng race, Peng Wansheng. He was a genius descendant of the Golden Wing Great Peng race. However, his blood was a mix of the Golden Wing Great Peng race and the human race, so he could not be called a true member of the Golden Wing Great Peng race. There weren't too many fluctuations around Peng Wanli. However, the power of his blood chi caused the space around him to rumble, as if he was a volcano that could explode at any moment. To the other side was a dark-faced, middle-aged man. Amongst this group of elders, he appeared exceptionally young. He didn't have any fluctuations around him. His aura was like an extremely ordinary person. Most importantly, he looked extremely ordinary as well. Even though he was standing amongst this group of leaders, it was all too easy to overlook him. However, when Long Chen saw him, his blood instantly turned cold. It was like a viper was staring at him. Long Chen was immediately sure that the middle-aged man was a terrifying assassin. Perhaps he might not be the most powerful existence here, but he was definitely the most dangerous one. Long Chen's guess was not wrong. This was the master of the Blood Kohal, Zhang Ziyang, the Martial Heaven continent's most terrifying assassin. However, it seemed that no one living had ever seen him fight, and even his name was something only the senior generation knew. Beside Zhang Ziyang was an elder with two long antlers growing out of his forehead. He also had a barb growing out of his back that was like a sword. Moreover, his hands and feet were composed of 4 sharp claws that looked very similar to dragon claws. This elder was the leader of the ancient races, Long Zhongkang. He was the descendant of the human race and the heavenly spine-horn dragon race of the Xuanhuan Beasts. The heavenly spine-horn dragon race was once an extremely terrifying existence amongst the Xuanhuan Beasts, one that was not inferior to the Kun Peng race. However, although the reasons were unknown, the heavenly spine-horn dragon race had ended up with problems in their breeding and had later gone extinct. As a result, their bloodline only existed in the mixed blood of the ancient races. That was why Long Zhongkang called himself the descendant of the heavenly spine-horn dragon, and worked to bring the ancient races back to the Xuan beasts. The ancient races felt naturally close to the Xuan beasts. Perhaps it was because the bloodline of the Xuan beasts was too powerful, causing the ancient races to always return to them. However, the ancient races never had any feelings toward the human race, and they looked down on the human race. Other than them, there was another eye-attracting figure wearing Taoist robes. He had a long beard and he looked scholarly. However, his current expression was dark, and he was glaring daggers at Long Chen. Long Chen's mouth curled. He could guess this person's identity. He had to be the master of Heavenly Fate Island, because only the scammers of Heavenly Fate Island like to dress themselves up like this. Once again, his guess was correct. This person was truly the master of Heavenly Fate Island, and he called himself the Unfettered All-Seer. The unfettered part was usually a self-mocking title, because used in a derogatory sense, it indicated someone who had interest in living in reality. They wanted to live outside in world, or it referred to people who despised the world and wanted to live in a rebellious fashion. To put it in an ugly way, it was someone who didn't care about anything and was useless to the world. However, when a powerful expert gave himself this title, it was different. He became a particularly unique and outstanding figure. This kind of unique name suited Heavenly Fate Island's air of mystery and their scams. Today, this so-called unfettered all-seer looked different from someone who was actually unfettered. Such a person should appear transcendent and indifferent, but he looked angry. That was because in the end, he wasn't unfettered. He was in control of Heavenly Fate Island, and Heavenly Fate Island had just sent out its 4 most outstanding disciples, the 4 Fate Princes. They were the ones supposed to continue the legacy of Heavenly Fate Island, but they had all died in the yin-yang world. That was an unprecedented humiliation for Heavenly Fate Island. Not only had the 4 Fate Princes been killed, but even the Vice Island Master had been slain. Moreover, the Vice Island Master, a powerful nether passage expert who had reached the 2nd step, had actually been killed by a little soul transformation disciple. Long Chen had slain the young and the old of Heavenly Fate Island. Hence, this unfettered master wasn't able to remain indifferent. This was supposed to be something that would come at no cost to Heavenly Fate Island, but they had lost their 4 Fate Princes and the Vice Island Master. He was infuriated. He was glaring at Long Chen like he wanted to swallow him whole. Actually, it wasn't just the unfettered all-seer who was furious. Whether it was Yu Xuanhuan, Dai Long, Zai Wenchen, Long Junking, Peng Wanli, and Zhang Ziyang, they were all furious. Their losses in the yin-yang world were simply too great. The plan had been so perfect and detailed. They had sent all their elites, and with such immense power, they should have captured Long Chen and the others in one fell swoop. Originally, they had thought that just half the disciples would have been enough, but to be safe, they had doubled the forces they sent. However, this perfect plan of theirs went horribly wrong. When they saw Hu Lian, Zai Luo, true immortal Jai Oki, Dai Long, and the others come running out, they were unable to believe their eyes. Over 2 million elites had entered, but even including Hu Lian and the others, only 37 had escaped. They almost went insane. However, they had one final backup to their plan, and that was to catch Long Chen and the others at the transportation formation. But when they had rushed over there, they had found that the formation had been broken midway. They had then rushed to the battlefield, only to find the corpses of 33 Nether Passage experts. The news of those deaths had instantly spread, and the leaders of the various large powers could no longer sit still. They immediately charged over to Clearwind City. Their hideous losses made their hearts drip blood. For 100% chance of victory, each of them had sent at least 70% of their strongest disciples, but they had essentially all been killed. They were unable to accept this. They had to make the Martial Heaven Alliance pay a miserable price. When they saw Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion without a single casualty, their fury exploded even more. They wanted to attack immediately just to kill them. Jining, hand over Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion, as well as the disciples who participated in the battle of the yin-yang world, or we'll trample your Martial Heaven Alliance into the ground, shouted Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Xuanhuan immediately shouted a condition that Jining couldn't possibly accept. His goal was clear. He didn't want just those disciples dead. He wanted the Martial Heaven Alliance destroyed. Trample my Martial Heaven Alliance. Ha ha ha, good, then let me see if you have that ability. Jining laughed furiously. Yu Xuanhuan and the others' plan had failed, and now they wanted justice for their fallen disciples. It was useless talking reason with such people. Jining suddenly took out a small seal. she crushed it. Suddenly, the sound of an ancient bell resounded through the air from within the headquarters. The martial heaven order. Startled cries rang out. Suddenly, a pillar of light soared out of the headquarters. One figure after another came flying out of the pillar of light, and one of them in particular let out a furious roar. "You still dare to bully my children. Today, I'll kill all of you bastards." Chapter 1919. The top authorities gather. Translator born to be. The speaker was the old man who had just left. He had come charging out again. There were two kinds of martial heaven orders. The first one was used to gather troops in times of danger. It was the one that Yi Lingshan had used in the yin-yang world to summon the martial heaven alliance's warriors. However, the one that Jianying had just activated was supreme. It was the highest order within the martial heaven alliance, and something only the alliance head was qualified to issue. Furthermore, the seal that she had just crushed was a one-time use item. The various sect leaders underneath the banner of the Martial Heaven Alliance always had a summoned seal on them. When this supreme Martial Heaven order was activated, all they would have to do was crush their seal, and it would form a spatial channel leading to Jianying. This was an extremely terrifying seal. Once activated, it meant a bloody war was about to start. Xuanhuan, wait a moment. Jianying grabbed the old man who was charging forward with the heaven-splitting blade. "This battle is very important. Reserve your temper. This relates to the life and death of the entire Martial Heaven Alliance." It was only when Jianying said how grave this situation was that the old man stopped. He glared at the enemy forces. "Fine, I'm not afraid of waiting. I've long since found these bastards displeasing." More and more experts came flying out of the beam of light. Each of them had grave expressions. They all knew that a true battle was about to start. Very quickly, Long Chen also saw the old patriarch return. The patriarch imperceptibly nodded toward him. That put Long Chen at ease. The patriarch had been in a rush to leave because he had been worried about the Xuanhuan Dao sect's safety. However, the truth was that this was just an excuse. His real goal was to send Yue Xiaoqian away with no one the wiser. More and more experts came flying out. In just a few breaths' time, hundreds of Nether Passage experts had arrived. However, after a dozen breaths' time, no one else came. The spatial channel behind Jianying gradually closed. The ones who were coming had now come. Even if you gave the rest an hour to consider it, they wouldn't come. There were over 600 Nether Passage experts here now, standing behind Jianying. Jianying's expression became a bit unsightly. She was filled with disappointment. It was impossible that any sect leader would have missed the Martial Heaven order. However, only a portion of them had come. The thing that disappointed her the most was the absence of many familiar faces that had fought together with her before. That was what made her feel the worst. The passing of time caused many things to change, including people's feelings. Reality was even crueler than what Jianying had expected. Clearwind City was thrown into chaos, and the residents of the city fled outside. If these experts were to start fighting, Clearwind City would be instantly annihilated. Staying in the city would leave them only with their corpses. Jianying, I suppose you never expected this. Your stubbornness and foolishness have long since dissatisfied others. The Martial Heaven Alliance is currently filled with chaos because of you. People have long since left your alliance. The world's #1 alliance might be attractive at other times, but now, not even a third of your people have answered your highest summons. The Martial Heaven Alliance's hearts are no longer yours. Do you know where you went wrong now? Said Yu Xiaoan coldly. The Martial Heaven Alliance's actual power was extremely terrifying. If all of its experts arrived, they would be strong enough to easily crush their enemies. Even if it was just half, their numbers would be equal. It was you who secretly sowed dissension amongst our ranks. After buying a bunch of traitors, do you still have the face to criticize others? You really are the world's most shameless person. Seeing Jianying's unsightly expression, Yi Lingshan angrily shouted. Silence, you aren't qualified to speak here. Yu Xiaoan's shout was like thunder, and a kind of supreme will immediately locked onto Yi Lingshan. She stared in shock. Suddenly, Long Chen stepped forward in front of Yi Lingshan. Space shook, and all the experts were shocked. He's actually able to block a Nether Passage expert's supreme will, exclaimed one Nether Passage expert. The will of a Nether Passage expert was forged through going through life and death. Hence, it was a will that transcended life and death. Those who hadn't comprehended life and death couldn't possibly resist it. However, Long Chen was able to force away that supreme will using just his own will. In fact, he was even able to force Yu Xiaoan's will away from others. Nice. The old man smiled. Seeing Long Chen's growth made him feel even happier than having advanced to the Nether Passage realm himself. If she isn't qualified to speak, then what qualifications do you have to spout such bullshit? Just because you lived a bunch of years for nothing. Is someone big bullying someone small very glorious? For someone like you to be Pill Valley's master, it seems Lord Brahma and Fallen Day Knight are both blind, sneered Long Chen. Gasps rang out. Long Chen's guts were truly big to even drag two gods into his words. He dared to even blaspheme gods. Was he afraid of nothing? Long Chen, you colluded with the original devil race to harm the martial heaven continent's geniuses. Now you're even blaspheming my gods. Today, no matter who protects you, it will be useless. You must face the entire continent's execution, shouted Xuanhuan. Long Chen snorted derisively. This world really is one where whoever's fist is harder is right. If someone's mouth is bigger, they can even invert black and white. Tell me, did you personally see me collude with the original devil race? HMPH, you want to argue. The photographic jades of you working together with that woman of the original devil race to slaughter the martial heaven continent's experts are all in our hands. Just how are you going to defend yourself? Sneered Xuanhuan. Are you an idiot? When did I ever work together with her? She was killing her target while I was killing mine. It's just that the time and place were the same. How did that turn into collusion? Could it be that to prove I have no connection with her, I was supposed to just lay there and let my opponents kill me when she started fighting? Would that prove my innocence? Tell me, is your head full of rotten tofu? In your own photographic jades, did you ever see her say a single word to me? Long Chen scoffed. Although you didn't speak to her, who knows whether or not you communicated spiritually? Snorted Xuanhuan. Ah, well said. Who knows? Who knows whether or not you're an undercover agent the original devil race left behind on the continent? Demanded Long Chen. What a giant joke, sneered Xuanhuan. How is it a joke? I have evidence behind my guess just like you. Your Pill Valley set up a banner as a neutral power and then spent every day silently selling fake medicine to rake in the profits. Even if you refuse to admit to anything else, I suppose everyone here has heard of the scandal of the bone-forging pills back in the Eastern Wasteland's pill tower. You intentionally reduced the effect of the pills to make people buy more pills. And you were exposed by the Huyan sect. You set up a few unremarkable characters to take the heat and then paid off a few people to settle the waves. But in truth, the bone-forging pill is just one of many pills that you've lowered the effect of. Do you yourself not know how much money you've made with this scam? You must know how much money you made, because you then used this money to buy the leaders of the large sects and drive wedges between the members of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Then you used the yin-yang world to collude with Heavenly Fate Island and get as many of the continent's geniuses killed as possible. You had all the large powers send their disciples to their deaths, while your Pill Valley merely sent 13 people. If it wasn't for the foolish plan you concocted with Heavenly Fate Island, how do you think we, who only numbered 600,000 weak people, could possibly defeat an army of 2 million elites? Absolute none. Are you trying to silence the truth? Since you're slandering me and want to kill me, I don't mind exposing all your crimes. You set up the various large powers to take huge losses. Your goal was to make them feel pain, which would lead to hatred. You would then turn that hatred against the Martial Heaven Alliance. When that happens, rivers of blood would flow between the Martial Heaven Alliance and the other large powers of the continent. However, your Pill Valley would remain unscathed. You would profit no matter who won, said Long Chen. Are you all fools? You were used and you didn't even realize it. You sent your best disciples out while Pill Valley and Heavenly Fate Island conned them to their deaths. Use your brains. 2 million experts, all of whom were elites, were annihilated by us. If they didn't take the initiative to cooperate with us, how could we kill so many people? Then think just how many disciples did you send out, and how many disciples did Pill Valley send? Even if you don't have brains, use your butt to think and you should still be able to figure it out. Pill Valley wants a huge battle between the large powers of the continent. Tell me, just who would benefit from that? Who would profit the most? Tell me, just who is the real person colluding with the original devil race to destroy the continent? Long Chen's words were filled with great passion, and his voice shuddered and even became a bit hoarse at perfect times. He was extremely eloquent. Both friends and foes looked at the ashen Xuanhuan suspiciously. They really did start to feel a bit suspicious due to Long Chen's words. You're making up nonsense. My Pill Valley is the legacy of true gods. How could we possibly collude with the original devil race? There's no need for more words. Today, Long Chen and his Dragonblood Legion must be killed, shouted Xuanhuan, his whole body shuddering with fury. Just try and touch my children. The old man immediately stepped forward, pointing the heaven-splitting blade at Xuanhuan. Since you want to die, that's fine. Xuanhuan suddenly extended a hand and a giant furnace appeared, causing the stars to shudder. It smashed toward the old man. Chapter 1920. Long Chen find a chance to run. Xuanhuan has already achieved his goal. He won't give you any chance to argue. If this battle starts, the entire continent will be thrown into chaos. All the large powers will be damaged at their core, and Pill Valley will become the greatest winner. Li Tianxuan sent a message to Long Chen. Understood, Long Chen nodded. Xuanhuan had played the martial heaven continent like a giant chessboard. Now, the board was reaching its final stage. Whether or not Long Chen had colluded with the original devil race wasn't important. Even without Xuanhuan, he would have other excuses to start this battle. The main conflict between the two sides was now concentrated on Long Chen. Xuanhuan was stubbornly insisting that Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion had colluded with the original devil race, using that to light the flames of war. The day-night furnace and the heaven-splitting blade erupted with divine light. The stars in the sky shook, as their terrifying clash caused even the Taos of the world to fragment. Cloud, Long Chen, who had been waiting for this clash, immediately sent a message to Cloud. Cloud transformed into her true body, and the Dragonblood Legion's experts jumped onto her back. She transformed into a streak of light that shot away. Running to escape the punishment for your crimes. If you weren't feeling guilty, why would you run? Sneered Dai Long. He raised a hand and a giant palm reached out to block Cloud. Cloud's true body was giant, but compared to this gigantic hand, she appeared tiny. A ray of swordlight slashed down from the sky, cutting that hand in two. Running means they're guilty, but not running means being killed by you. Long Chen is right. Whoever's mouth is bigger is capable of inverting right and wrong. Yan Nanshan appeared in the sky, a sword in his hand. He was the one who had broken Dai Long's attack. At the same time, the other three Grand Elders of the Martial Heaven Alliance also appeared, their expressions calm. With Dai Long blocked, Cloud vanished over the horizon. No one could catch up to her. As for the fierce clash between the old man and Xuanhuan, it caused primal chaos to explode as the laws of the world were shattered. The old man was forced back over and over again. After all, the old man had just advanced to the Nether Passage realm, while Xuanhuan was in the Death realm, the third step of Nether Passage. The difference in cultivation base was extremely great. Being forced back infuriated the old man. With a roar, his white hair stood on end, and the heaven-splitting blade rumbled. A terrifying pressure crashed down, causing the world to change color. That's the legendary ninth form of Split the Heavens. Legend has it that the ninth form is a divine ability capable of cutting apart heaven and earth, of destroying the entire world. This aura is truly terrifying. The old man seemed possessed by a god as he raised the heaven-splitting blade. His aura was crazily climbing as if there was no limit. Xuanhuan don't. Seeing the old man's actions, Jianying instantly turned pale as paper. What's there to be afraid of? Trading the life of an old man like me for the life of Pill Valley's master is definitely worth it. As for the heaven-splitting battle sect, it will still have Long Chen. He will be able to bring the heaven-splitting battle sect back to its former glory. As for Pill Valley, once he's dead, they'll have nothing. The old man laughed, his voice booming amongst the crumbling Taos around him. The ninth form of Split the Heavens was the peak. There was a legend that said that it required awakening divine energy to use. Without the support of that divine energy, it was possible to use it once at the price of the user's life energy. Xuanhuan's expression changed. He felt a terrifying pressure lock onto him. Although there were countless powerful experts around him, he was the only one who would be facing this attack. HMPH, you want to exchange your life for mine. Let's see if you have that ability. Xuanhuan crossed his hands before him, and the world behind him exploded. Two giant statues appeared in the sky. Those two statues were of Pill Valley's gods, Lord Brahma and Fallen Day-Night. Sacred divine light flowed around them. Rather than statues, it was like the two gods had come in person. People couldn't help feeling an urge to kneel. I have the power of gods supporting me. Let's see just who will die here, sneered Xuanhuan. Then let's see. The old man ignored the statues. His gaze was electric as his aura suddenly soared to a new level. A giant sword image soared into the sky. All the Nether Passage experts felt a chill. They felt a prickling sensation on their skin. None of them had expected the old man, who had just advanced to the Nether Passage realm, to be able to unleash such power. Xuanhuan, you can't. Jianing's tears suddenly spilled over. She knew that if this sword fell, the old man would forever vanish from this world. However, she also knew that if she tried to stop him, it would only distract him. It wouldn't change that this move had to be unleashed, so her thoughts were in a whirlwind. All the experts tensed. Once this move was unleashed, it would mean a giant war would fully erupt through this world. What is all this anger for? Wouldn't sitting down and having a drink be better? Suddenly, a gentle voice resounded through the air, a voice that made all those tense nerves loosen. Shockingly, the clashing chaotic energy raging through the world calmed down as well. Both the old man and Xuanhuan's auras faded. The statues behind Xuanhuan vanished, and the giant sword image of the old man, also vanished. Which expert has come? I would ask that you reveal yourself, called out Xuanhuan. I wouldn't dare call myself an expert, I'm just an old drunkard, but since you've summoned me, I'll thicken my face. An elder with a kind and gentle smile suddenly walked out from the distance. He held a wooden staff, and there was a wine gourd tied to his waist. His robes were a bit old-fashioned, but they were extremely clean. The wine god palace's high priest. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out as someone recognized this elder's identity. Following that person's shout, the others jumped in shock. This was a legendary figure, the emissary of the wine god, someone who was closest to the gods. His cultivation base was unfathomable. Although his fame was great, only a few had ever seen him at all, let alone seen him fighting. That was why many people only viewed him as a mysterious figure and not some peerless expert. However, just now, with just a few words, he had suppressed Xuanhuan and the old man's attacks. That level of cultivation base was absolutely terrifying. "Senior, what is an outsider like you doing here? Do you have any teachings for us?" asked Xuanhuan. Even he was fearful of this person, but his gaze was still cold. That was because there had been some bad blood between the Wine God Palace and Pill Valley in the past, which had resulted in both sides parting ways. Perhaps the youngsters here didn't know of it, but the senior generation knew that this was a stain on Pill Valley's history. So Xuanhuan's gaze was sharp. He felt like the high priest had come to go against his Pill Valley. That was why he immediately called him an outsider. His meaning was clear. This wasn't any of his business. The high priest said, "Valley Master, you are correct. However, whether I'm an outsider or not depends on how big the board is. If you were to start fighting here, it would implicate the entire Martial Heaven continent. Millions of lives would be ended. The Wine God Palace is part of the Martial Heaven continent, so we would also be implicated, so arguing that I'm an outsider means nothing. HMPH, don't you think you're making a mountain out of a molehill? Pill Valley is just capturing the spies of the original devil race for the safety of the continent. Everything we do is for the lives of the world. Don't you think you're inverting black and white with your words?" said Xuanhuan. "Ah, you misunderstand. I'm not here to mediate things or judge anyone. After all, I'm at such an age that I can't be bothered with such things. I'm only here to say a few words to everyone. Currently, the Martial Heaven continent has entered a great era, and many geniuses are being born. The continent is growing stronger and stronger. However, don't forget that it's not just the Martial Heaven continent that is going through its great era. Don't forget what the Dark Era represents." After saying that, the high priest actually turned and left. However, the Dark Era he mentioned rang out in people's minds over and over again. The impact of those words was immense. The Dark Era always followed the Great Era. The descent of the Great Era also indicated that the Dark Era would come quickly. Seeing the high priest leave, Xuanhuan announced, "It is precisely because the Dark Era is coming that we must be united against traitors and spies of our enemies. We have to be able to develop in peace. As long as Chen doesn't die, the Martial Heaven continent cannot know peace." "Valley Master, don't you feel like your words are a slap in your own face?" Just at this moment, a large group of people appeared. When he saw their leader, Xuanhuan's expression changed. Chapter 1921, 1921. The high priest had left, but now, a large group of people had come. They numbered over 500, and they were all Nether Passage experts. The sight of them shocked everyone present. That was because all those people were wearing the same robes to indicate their status. These 500 Nether Passage experts were all from one sect, the Huyan sect. These Nether Passage experts were all wearing the robes of the Huyan sect. Their leader was a thin old man who didn't look special, not having any of the air of an expert. That person smiled and cupped his fists in greeting. "Sorry, the past few years it's been tough to carry on my business. The world's not very safe, so I have no choice but to bring a few more bodyguards." This person spoke very openly and amicably, but for him to have 500 Nether Passage experts as bodyguards made him look dazzling. How could just anyone look like that? There was no other sect in the world that had such power. It was now apparent to all why Pill Valley would feel fearful of the Hegemon sect. This kind of foundation was truly terrifying. The majority of sects only knew that the Hegemon sect possessed a bottomless pool of wealth, but they had never imagined that they would be powerful to this extent. "Ma Ryan, what do you think you're doing?" demanded Xuanhuan. "If you use this kind of tone, you'll frighten people. We are just a group of businessmen, so naturally we're here for our business. Seeing a business opportunity and not taking action would make us bad businessmen," replied the elder. This person was the master of the Hegemon sect, Ma Ryan, one of the most influential people in the world. "Don't talk in circles. If you have something to say it directly," said Xuanhuan coldly. "Haha, it seems that the Valley Master doesn't like talking gently. All right, I'll get straight to the point. The Martial Heaven Alliance is an old client of my Hegemon sect. Alliance head Jining is someone my Hegemon sect depends on for our livelihood. She looks after us, and without her cooperation, I don't even know how many people would go hungry in my Hegemon sect. So, when one of our clients is in trouble, it's a business opportunity. There are money investments, but there are also emotional investments. I'm sure someone as wise as the Valley Master knows what I'm talking about," said Ma Ryan. "You mean you wish to interfere in this matter? Have you forgotten the Hegemon sect's purpose?" demanded Xuanhuan. The Hegemon sect was just a business. It could not interfere in personal matters of any sects. That was their core principle. "That is why I said that your previous words were a slap in your own face. You said that since the Dark Era was coming, we should be united against outside threats. But I thought that Pill Valley was a neutral power that didn't interfere with the other powers of the continent. Why have you suddenly taken a new attitude, acting like the savior of the world and raising your blade against others?" asked Ma Ryan. "It's for the peace of the Martial Heaven continent," raged Xuanhuan. "Then I'm doing the same. The Martial Heaven Alliance is our largest alliance and the most stable foundation of our world. If this foundation is rocked, the world will definitely be thrown into chaos. If the continent is thrown into chaos at such a time, it will spell disaster. For the world, as a member of the Martial Heaven continent, the Hegemon sect must carry this burden to support the Martial Heaven Alliance. For ourselves, if the world was thrown into chaos, it would be a huge blow to our business. The losses would be inestimable. So in either case, we have a reason to stand beside the Martial Heaven Alliance. After all, we're different from Pill Valley. Pill Valley's various healing pills, poison-dispelling pills, soul-nourishing pills, and explosive pills are all used in battle, and at a frightening rate at that. If a war were to start, your Pill Valley might profit immensely, but my Hegemon sect would have to tighten its belt. So we have no other choice," said Ma Ryan. Upon hearing those words, everyone's expressions changed when they looked at Xuanhuan. If a battle were to erupt here, the one to benefit the most would really be Pill Valley. On the battlefield, there were sometimes no chances to heal, and so they could only rely on medicinal pills to hold on. Whoever bought more pills would have a greater chance of surviving. When they heard Long Chen say that Xuanhuan was an agent of the original devil race, although his words had some reason, most people didn't really believe it. That was because they all knew that Pill Valley had the legacy of true gods. Xuanhuan wouldn't dare to betray his gods, so there was no chance he would collude with the original devil race. However, Ma Ryan was different. First of all, his status was completely different, and his words possessed greater weight. His words were also more believable, as he was merely pointing out that Pill Valley would profit the most from war. The corrupt path, the ancient races, the Xuanhuan beasts, the ancient family alliance, and all the various large powers began to smell the scent of a scheme. Long Chen had said that there was a scheme, and now Ma Ryan was also pointing out that Pill Valley was the one who would profit from war. That's absolute nonsense. When has my Pill Valley ever done something so shameless? I am doing this entirely because Long Chen colluded with the original devil race to destroy the continent. I had no choice but to stand up, shouted Xuanhuan. His expression changed when he saw various experts casting suspicious glances at him. Long Chen's wedge had been driven in by Ma Ryan's words. Suddenly, the unfettered Allseer from Heavenly Fate Island stepped forward. "He is correct. I can testify that Valley Master Yu was doing this for the continent's safety. My Heavenly Fate Island foresaw 100 years ago that when the Great Era came, a fiend that would be a calamity for the continent would be born. After years of observation, we are now sure that Long Chen is that fiend. Everyone knows about Long Chen's history. He came from some secular empire in the eastern wasteland. Just how many conflicts have arisen because of him? Just how much slaughter has he committed? Just how many people has he killed? Perhaps the rise of an expert requires stepping over the corpses of his enemies. But then have you ever heard of any genius who is surrounded by unending battles and slaughter like Long Chen? Wherever he goes, he brings a calamity with him. Fuck your fucking mother, it was those people who brought it upon themselves. If Long Chen didn't fight back, he would have died to them. Was he supposed to just let them kill him? The old man finally couldn't endure it anymore and cursed the unfettered all-seer. HMPH, you say that they brought it upon themselves. Then why did they all end up going for Long Chen instead of someone else? Isn't it precisely because Long Chen is fated to be this world's most wicked person? He creates conflicts with everyone. I guarantee that the world will never know peace while he is alive. He is the worst culprit in the current Martial Heaven Alliance's chaos, said the unfettered all-seer. You fucking... The old man suddenly charged forward with the heaven-splitting blade, but Jianying, who had long since been prepared, suddenly grabbed onto him tightly. At the same time, other people came forward to grab his neck, legs, and arms. Brother Wu, calm down. Now isn't the time to attack, said the elder, holding the old man's neck. They were old acquaintances. Let go of me. What group are you from? I'm going to kill these damn tortoise bastards and turn them into turtle jelly, roared the old man. The tense atmosphere ended up becoming strange when the old man said turtle jelly. It was unexpected that the berserk heaven-splitting battle sex master actually had a humorous side. However, Jianying and the others continued to hold on to him tightly. When the heaven-splitting battle sex people's heads turned hot, they would even dare to attack a god. Unfettered all-seer's expression sank upon being cursed like this. He was about to say something when Ma Ryan suddenly said, "Fighting like this is meaningless. There's also no need for anyone to act like they're confused about the truth. You say that Long Chen is a fiend, you say that he is colluding with the original devil race, you say that he is the Martial Heaven Alliance's calamity, but it is only your side that is saying this. What proof do you have? Do you think you can convict anyone you point at? Perhaps you feel that way because you have the power to do so. In this world, there are conditions to being able to talk reason with someone. A wolf won't talk reason with a rabbit, and a dragon won't talk reason with a lion. The power difference between the two sides is too immense, so there is no need to talk reason. You were willing to start a fight because you felt that you were strong enough. But now that my Huiyun sect is supporting the Martial Heaven Alliance, if you still feel that you are strong enough, then there's no need to waste any more words. You can begin this war right now. In any case, we're equally matched, so both sides will bleed. Then when the Dark Era comes, we can all be annihilated together and that will be the end." "That's right, either fuck off or fight. Come, come," shouted the old man immediately. Those on Pill Valley's side retreated, no longer wanting a war. When the war started, they would all suffer, so they could smell a scheme. Moreover, many of them had connections with the Huiyun sect. If they offended the Huiyun sect, they would definitely have some harsh days ahead of them. Due to various factors, they became hesitant. Although Ma Ryan wasn't a large or imposing figure standing there, it was like everything was in his control. In comparison to Xuanhuan, he looked more kingly. Chapter 1922. Ma Ryan stood there, calmly looking at Xuanhuan. There were over 100 Nether Passage experts behind him who didn't make a sound. In truth, the Huiyun sect had 4 assistant sect masters, and it was usually those assistant sect masters that handled things in the outside world. Ma Ryan was someone who many knew the name of but few had ever seen. However, Ma Ryan had personally come here with 500 Nether Passage experts. That was the greatest display of power that the Huiyun sect had shown in all of its history. The most terrifying power in this world wasn't talent, it wasn't magical arts, it wasn't battle skills, it wasn't divine abilities, it was wealth. The Huiyun sect's auction houses were spread throughout every corner of this world. After so many years of business, it was unknown just how much wealth they had accumulated. With such wealth, they had to have secretly groomed their own power. The vision of businessmen always had to be looking ahead. They definitely wouldn't have just groomed themselves into being larger and larger sheep to be slaughtered. As long as it had money, even a sheep could become a ruler. It could even employ a pack of wolves as bodyguards. In this world, money wasn't everything, but not having money was doom. No matter how great someone's talent, without money to support it, it would mean nothing. If a genius of painting didn't even have the money to buy a brush, they would naturally be overlooked. Someone mediocre could be raised to a certain level, as long as they had a teacher and the wealth to support themselves. The reason the Huyan sect dared to challenge Pill Valley was because they were in control of that terrifying power wealth. In truth, whether it was Pill Valley or the Huyan sect, there was no way to estimate their wealth or their foundation, so no one was willing to offend them. The Huyan sect and Pill Valley had both expressed their attitudes now. The corrupt path, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, the Xuanhuan beasts, the Blood Hall, even Heavenly Fate Island, they all hesitated. If they offended the Huyan sect, they wouldn't be able to sell their wares or buy what they needed. However, in comparison to the other leaders, the corrupt path's leader, Xuanhuan, was still calm. He hadn't revealed much shock at all. At this time, he suddenly said, "Today, to give face to Sect Master Ma, the corrupt path will retreat from this place. However, Long Chen and his Dragon Blood Legion must be slain by the corrupt path, so I hope you can give me an answer." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Xuanhuan was actually the first to compromise. However, Ma Ryan wasn't surprised at all. He knew that if a battle were to start here, even if the Martial Heaven Alliance was destroyed, it would only be a third of its sum. There was still another two-thirds of the righteous path that had not joined. They would ally themselves with Pill Valley, and Pill Valley would try to mediate things between the righteous path and the corrupt path, making them both take a step back and settle their differences. However, that was impossible. The hatred between the righteous path and the corrupt path could not be mediated. Furthermore, the righteous path was crafty and wily, and they would definitely play tricks. Sooner or later, the corrupt path would end up at a loss. It was better for them to maintain the current fractured state of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Pill Valley would make sure the Martial Heaven Alliance's interior was kept chaotic, while the corrupt path could just watch. To have become the leader of the corrupt path, Xuanhuan was no fool. He knew that if he followed along with Pill Valley's plan, the only one to benefit in the end was Pill Valley. The other powers would become Pill Valley's subordinates. No one wanted to be used by others, and this current state of the board had already been very profitable to the corrupt path. Pulling out here was perfect timing, and he even had a perfect excuse by saying he was giving the Huyan sect face. The battle between the righteous path and the corrupt path has been going on for many years. The hatred that has been built up can't be resolved by anyone. As the Huyan sect is just a business, we won't bother with such things. We just want the Martial Heaven continent to maintain at least a peaceful appearance on the surface. That will allow us to make enough money to feed ourselves. I, Ma Ryan, will represent the Huyan sect and its millions of disciples in thanking you," said Ma Ryan. The Huyan sect's people were all businessmen at their core. As long as they were facing their clients, the former would view the latter as their livelihood and wouldn't treat them with the slightest arrogance or airs. It was precisely because the Huyan sect was so polite that many people had assumed that their power wasn't very great. But now, their opinions had completely changed. The 500 experts that Ma Ryan had brought weren't just to support the Martial Heaven Alliance, but they were also a show of power. They were warning those eyeing the Huyan sect. Seeing that the Huyan sect didn't care if the corrupt path continued to hunt Long Chen, Xuanhuan cupped his fists. Saying goodbye to Xuanhuan, he turned and left. Over 200 Nether Passage experts of the corrupt path also left with him. Xuanhuan's expression was a bit dark. He had already guessed what Xuanhuan was thinking. The current state of affairs was most beneficial to Xuanhuan, so he wanted to maintain it. That's fine, now that things have reached this point, we've already won. There's no way that Long Chen and his Dragon Blood Legion will be able to escape the net we have established. Forcing things at this point clearly isn't wise. The unfettered All-Seer sent a message to Xuanhuan. The High Priest and Ma Ryan's arrival had caused the board to change. The majority of these people's anger had faded to be replaced with calm heads, so both of them had lost their chance to use that anger to start a war. Despite that, they had still won. Once the Dragon Blood Legion and Long Chen were eliminated, the Martial Heaven Alliance would be nothing to fear. Without so many genius disciples, it would only be a few years before they declined. Don't forget, they have tens of thousands of people that participated in the life and death tides comprehension. Even if we kill Long Chen, they will still be a threat once they grow up, replied Xuanhuan. There's no need to worry. Apply pressure from the outside and buy them from the inside bit by bit. If they can't be bought, isn't the Blood Hall right there? Those talented disciples can disappear one by one, and once the pressure is great enough, they will naturally submit, said the unfettered All-Seer indifferently. Xuanhuan nodded. Turning to Ma Ryan and Jianying, he said, Since that's the case, let's make an agreement. Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion have colluded with the original devil race to slaughter the disciples of the various powers. They are enemies of the entire continent and must be eliminated. We will hunt them down, and no one is allowed to block us, or they will also be viewed as enemies. The other experts that Xuanhuan had brought nodded. They had lost far too many disciples this time. They had to do something, or their morale would crumble. Fuck off, my heaven-splitting battle sect doesn't agree. You want to bully my children, then you'll have to step over my corpse first, shouted the old man. Calm down, this is just a stopgap. We have to first ensure that this battle doesn't occur. Li Tianxuan hastily sent a message to him. They had to first agree to this. Once this army left, there were still many ways that they could protect Long Chen. That's also unacceptable. I'm not going to let the children be wronged like this, shouted the old man. Li Tianxuan sighed. The heaven-splitting battle sex people were as difficult to talk to as ever. Useless cowards, what are you afraid of? You might be afraid, but I'm not. The old man suddenly pointed the heaven-splitting blade at Xuanhuan. Wu Guangyuan, declare that as long as I have breath in my body, no one should even think about bullying my children. After saying that, the old man left. It was unknown if he was going to find Long Chen or if he simply didn't want to keep talking to others here. If he was threatening an ordinary sect, they definitely wouldn't dare to target Long Chen. However, Xuanhuan and the others could not be threatened. Although the old man was powerful, he wasn't smart enough. A good trap could easily kill him. Their main goal was still Long Chen. What do we do? Jianing surprisingly sent Li Tianxuan a question. Li Tianxuan had always been wise, so Jianing wanted to hear his opinion. After all, Long Chen was a disciple of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Agree to their request. Expel Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion from the Xuanhuan Dao sect and the Martial Heaven Alliance, said Li Tianxuan without hesitation. How am I supposed to do that? It's completely unfair to Long Chen, raged Jianing. Has your anger clouded your judgment? Weren't you the one who said it was a stopgap? Today he is expelled, and tomorrow he can rejoin, said Li Tianxuan. Why did these seniors of his not know how to think in a roundabout manner? But they will. Don't worry, no one can kill Long Chen, guaranteed Li Tianxuan. However, inside, he was definitely worried. A heaven defier wouldn't die to the hands of a human because they never had that chance. But the people beside Long Chen were heaven defiers. If Long Chen would rather die with his Dragonblood Legion, then he would be killing himself. The reason those heaven defiers of history never died to other people's hands was because they were always lonely, isolated figures with nothing tying them down. But Long Chen was different, and his weakness was apparent. However, if they did not accept this condition, this matter would not be left like this. If they did start fighting, they would be going along with Xuanhuan's plan. Jianing bitterly smiled. The old man would probably hate her for this, but she was the only one who could play the bad person in this case. I hereby announce that Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion are no longer disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance, said Jianing. She felt her own head spinning and her heart dripping blood. Long Chen had already done so much for the Martial Heaven Alliance, and she was actually forcing Long Chen to carry this burden on his own. She herself felt despicable. Xuanhuan was surprised that Jianing would do this. That didn't match her character. Suddenly glancing at Li Tianxuan, he understood. Unacceptable. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is a righteous and loyal hero. He and his Dragonblood Legion protected us without caring about their own lives. Alliance head, how can we expel them? That is completely unfair. The disciples that had come out of the yin-yang world immediately went crazy. Chapter 1923. Jianing's announcement immediately made the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples erupt into chaos. They could not accept this. Alliance head, you can't do this. Senior apprentice brother is the pillar of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. In the battles against the corrupt path, just how many of their top experts did he kill? Don't you think doing so would hurt senior apprentice brother Long Chen? Shouted a short but thick man. In particular, his legs were especially thick. This person was the third commander, who had once challenged Long Chen, but had ended up being won over by him. He was the first to oppose Jianing's decision to expel Long Chen. Alliance head, senior apprentice brother Long Chen led us through a death trap. We might be pressured by powerful enemies, but even if we die, we can't succumb to their threats, said the fourth commander. Silence. The Alliance head's decisions cannot be changed by you, shouted one of the elders of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The disciples were infuriated, but Lingshan held them back. We have to respect the Alliance head's decisions. Senior apprentice Sister Lingshan, you. Now, even Kinking was disappointed. They were infuriated, but they could only suppress their feelings. They weren't strong enough and weren't qualified to participate in such a heavy decision. Are you satisfied now? Jining glared daggers at Xuanhuan. She knew that what Xuanhuan wanted was this promise. This way, Long Chen would have nowhere to go. They could hunt him down to the ends of the world. Originally, she couldn't force herself to make this decision, but Li Tianxuan pushed her to do it. That was the only way to resolve the current situation. However, this was sacrificing Long Chen. If you had known this would happen, would you have still acted so willfully from the start? If you hadn't selfishly tried to protect Long Chen, you wouldn't have to suffer today, and there wouldn't be so many geniuses that died such miserable deaths. That's all the consequences of your own actions. Xuanhuan shook his head, sighing. Yuan. Having gotten what he wanted, he actually pushed the responsibility onto others. Jianing unsheathed her sword and pointed it at Xuanhuan, longing to cut him into 1,000,000 pieces. This person was too sinister, too shameless. Valley Master Yu, it's still too early to say who is right and who is wrong. In this world, the truth cannot become false, and the false cannot turn true. Even if you can cover it up for a while, the truth will be exposed sooner or later. When that time comes, whose name goes down in history for infamy or fame will be decided, said Li Tianxuan with a polite smile. Although amongst these higher-ups, Li Tianxuan was just a junior, he possessed a natural calm to him. His intelligence made others not dare to look down on him. Although his words were rather ambiguous, everyone present could tell that he was indicating that slandering Long Chen would only work for a while. The truth would come out sooner or later. It was well said. There was no proof that Long Chen had betrayed the martial heaven continent and colluded with the original devil race. Pill Valley was merely using power to force that reality. They didn't give Long Chen any chance to explain. In order to avoid having the entire world destroyed, the Martial Heaven Alliance had submitted. But when the truth revealed itself, the Martial Heaven Alliance would have the power to wash away that disgrace. This was all in preparation for that moment. I've long since heard that the Xuanhuan Dao sect was led by a wise young leader. As expected, he's not ordinary. Ma Ryan looked at Li Tianxuan with a smile. That's correct. Regretfully, he's not part of our Xuanhuan sect. Otherwise, we would be able to suppress Pill Valley in less than 10 years, said an elder standing beside Ma Ryan. This elder was one of the Xuanhuan sect's 4 assistant sect masters, Hua Mingsheng. He was also Zheng Wenlong's direct superior. However, Wenlong is good as well. He shows promise and is quite daring while having a good head and heart. However, he's still too young and needs more tempering. Give him some more authority in the future. Don't stifle his development, said Ma Ryan. Yes, Hua Mingsheng smiled. Ma Ryan rarely paid attention to the matters within the Xuanhuan sect these days. Although there were 4 vice-sect masters, the other 3 were in charge of their own businesses, while he, Hua Mingsheng, oversaw the overall development of the Xuanhuan sect. Many people had come to think that he was the true leader of the Xuanhuan sect. Hua Mingsheng was very fond of Zheng Wenlong and treated him like his own apprentice. Hearing that Ma Ryan also had such a high opinion of Zheng Wenlong, he was delighted. True gold isn't afraid of being tempered by fire. My Pill Valley is simply trying to protect the Martial Heaven continent. We're not afraid of being criticized or cursed for our actions, said Xuanhuan righteously. However, he didn't bring up anything about Long Chen's innocence. He merely stated Pill Valley's attitude. In other words, it didn't matter whether or not Long Chen had colluded with the original devil race. As long as there was a threat to the Martial Heaven continent, he would rather slay 1,000 innocents than let off one criminal. Even if they killed the wrong person, they were still doing it with the Martial Heaven continent at heart. They had a noble reason, so the people would understand them. Then let's wait and see. I think that time will prove everything. Li Tianxuan smiled slightly despite Xuanhuan's shameless quibbling. Let's wait and see, Xuanhuan snorted, waving his hand and bringing his people away. The other leaders first said some words to Hua Mingsheng before taking their leave as well. After all, they weren't Pill Valley, and there were many areas where they needed the Xuanhuan sect's cooperation. Since a fight hadn't started, they could continue that cooperation. Ryan rarely showed himself, but Hua Mingsheng was someone that many of them knew. The various experts began to leave one by one. In the end, Clearwind City returned to calm. Due to the protection of the Nether Passage experts, The battle in the sky hadn't affected the city. The old man and Xuanhuan's most powerful exchange had been stopped by the high priest, so Clearwind City wasn't damaged. The experts that had fled from Clearwind City slowly returned. Many thanks for your assistance, Sect Master Ma. Only now did Jianing have a chance to express her thanks toward Ma Ryan. If it weren't for him, with such a power disparity, Xuanhuan wouldn't have let go of this chance to deal a heavy blow to the Martial Heaven Alliance. Alliance head, you're too courteous. Businessmen like us are most afraid of war. If there was a war, we'd have to beg just to survive. So you shouldn't thank me, but thank yourselves. If you really want to thank me, then buy a bit more so I can make a bit more money. Ma Ryan smiled. I will remember this favor, promised Jianing. Then I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave. Everyone, I hope you can remember this small shop owner when conducting your business in the future. Ma Ryan laughed and brought his 500 Nether Passage experts away. Once everyone else had scattered, the Nether Passage experts of the Martial Heaven Alliance gathered in the Martial Heaven Palace. Jianing expressed her thanks to these people that had come at such a time. Only at this time was it possible to see who was truly dependable. Sect Master Li, don't you feel like what we've done is letting down Long Chen? Once everyone was seated, Jianing turned to Li Tianxuan. There was no other choice. As one grows stronger, so does one's responsibilities. However, I believe that Long Chen will definitely understand and that he is capable of carrying this burden, said Li Tianxuan. Then what should we do now? Send people to protect Long Chen secretly, asked Jianing. No, it's already too late for that. Based on Xuanhuan and the unfettered All-Seer's past schemes, they wouldn't have come unprepared. Li Tianxuan shook his head. That startled everyone. Then do you mean? Li Tianxuan sighed. First of all, the time at which Xuanhuan came to the Martial Heaven Alliance is off. They arrived half an incense stick's worth of time later than I expected. They had definitely made some arrangements within that time. Long Chen's escape should be within their expectations, so running actually puts Long Chen in their trap. What, then why did you make him run? Demanded Jianing. If Long Chen didn't go, then even with the High Priest's warning and Sect Master Ma's reinforcements, there would have been no way to avoid this war. The truth is, while one of their goals is to kill Long Chen, their main goal was to instigate this war. If that happened, the Martial Heaven Alliance would be ruined, and the stragglers wouldn't have the power to threaten Pill Valley. If that war had started, then no matter who won, both sides would take heavy losses. However, our losses would definitely be greater, because we have only gathered a third of the Martial Heaven Alliance. If our members shrink anymore, those righteous sects still watching from the sidelines will immediately lean toward Pill Valley. Our power cannot defeat the sum of the corrupt path, ancient races, ancient family alliance, Xuan beasts, and the Bloodcoal Hall. Even if everyone lost half their people, it isn't something we could endure. That's also why Xuanhuan wanted this battle so badly. So as long as we fought, no matter the result, we would still lose. The only one capable of stopping that worst-case scenario was Long Chen, said Li Tianxuan. But Long Chen is just a soul transformation disciple. The ones hunting him down are all Nether Passage experts. Just how is he supposed to do anything? Demanded others. That's another thing I don't know, but I believe that the fact that Long Chen could reach his current height is no coincidence. I trust him, said Li Tianxuan. That's no good. I'm not going to let a child carry this burden while we sit here like a tortoise. We'll just have to change our appearance and cover up our identities. Quite a few Nether Passage experts immediately stood up. They felt that this was too unjust for Long Chen. It's already too late. The moment Long Chen left Clearwind City, he entered their trap. Right now, the fate of the Martial Heaven continent is in his hands. As for us, the only thing we can do is wait for news from Long Chen. Li Tianxuan muttered as he looked in the direction where Long Chen had run. Chapter 1924. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow pierced through space rapidly. Long Chen, where are we going? Asked Meng Qi. Just go straight toward the eastern sea. Meng Qi, it'll be hard on you, but maintain your spiritual senses. If you sense any powerful auras, immediately avoid them. Long Chen's expression was grave. What is the matter? Asked Mo Nian. Have you forgotten? The main conspirators behind this scheme are Pill Valley and Heavenly Fate Island. Considering their characters, how could they let us run? We'll definitely run into obstructions on our way, so everyone should be prepared, said Long Chen. Fuck, no way. I just started being a good person and I'm getting hunted down for it. I was able to get around when it was just me, but as soon as I go with you I end up like this, cursed Mo Nian. He thought about how free he had been by himself. Now that he was fighting for the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Martial Heaven Alliance actually couldn't protect him. Long Chen smiled. Don't be resentful. As my brother, if I don't con you, who else am I going to con? Ah, that's true. Hearing this, the curious thing was that Mo Nian actually smiled. But there's one thing I don't understand. Why aren't you angry? Why would I be angry? I'm grateful for what I have. I'm a disciple of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Without the Xuanhuan Dao sect, I wouldn't have my current achievements. The heaven-splitting battle sect is also my sect, and without the old man's care, I might have long since died. Jianying is the old man's partner, and she cares so much about me she is willing to become enemies with the various powers of the world. In truth, although this war had been brewing for a long time thanks to certain people's schemes, if it weren't for me, Senior Jianying wouldn't be forced into such a passive position. As men, if we dare to cause trouble, we have to accept the consequences. We can't retreat from this, nor can we blame God or others, said Long Chen righteously. Stop. If you keep talking, I'll look like a petty little person who forgets favors in comparison. I admit that you're right, okay? Mo Nian waved his hand in front of Long Chen. In terms of eloquence, he couldn't compare to Long Chen. His conning ability was truly spectacular. Suddenly, Cloud's body turned. Everyone shook, almost falling. It's as you said, Long Chen. There are experts trying to block us. I had Cloud avoid them, said Meng Qi, who was standing atop Cloud's head, her expression grave. What level are they? Asked Mo Nian. I'm not sure. As soon as I sensed them, I had Cloud avoid them. Without thinking about it, since they were sent to stop us, they have to be Nether Passage experts, said Long Chen. Suddenly, Cloud began turning rapidly through the air. Meng Qi's expression changed. Not good, the path ahead has been fully blocked. There's 3 people ahead and we have to charge past one of them. You pick one, said Long Chen. Curious, how did they know where we'd run? Asked Mo Nian. You're underestimating Heavenly Fate Island too much. For their island master to even personally come out, even if we have divine items protecting us, they should still be able to read some slight clues. If they didn't have that little bit of power, Heavenly Fate Island wouldn't have achieved their current position with just scams, said Long Chen. Jikyu, Mo Nian, Xifen, come to the front. Prepare your attacks. Whether or not we can charge past is dependent on this strike. Although Chu Yao, Liu Ruyan, and the others were also very powerful, they weren't sharp enough. If too many people attacked at once, the heavenly Dao energy in the surrounding space would become sparse. Long Chen and Yue Xifen weren't Empyreans, and just Yi Jikyu and Mo Nian were enough. Any more and it would affect their attack power. Cloud, slow down and prepare yourself. Long Chen took a deep breath. He raised his hand, and a black flame lotus began to condense in his hand. Following that, sacred chanting began to resound through the air. The entire world felt like it had been ignited. Endless flame energy gathered into the flame lotus. The flame lotus had 9 petals, and each petal had a black sphere form at the top. As more flame energy was absorbed, runes began to light up along the petals, sending the flame energy to the spheres at the top of the petals. A terrifying aura slowly rose, growing stronger and stronger. The flame lotus also grew until it was gigantic. World Annihilation Flame Lotus. Long Chen suddenly flung the flame lotus through the air. Once he threw it out, Cloud sped up to follow it. The 2 of them charged through the air. Sacred chanting continued to resound through the air, and the flame lotus only grew larger. Just a moment later, they saw a giant net of twisting black and white energy. At the center of the net was an elder sitting in meditation. He had actually used his life and death energy to lock this space down. There were also Nether Passage experts to his distant left and right to make sure that no one could get past. When he sensed the flame lotus, the elder's eyes popped upon. With a snort, a blade appeared in his hand. Divine light flashed. Boom! The 9 black spheres on the top of the lotus exploded. A terrifying explosion erupted. The elder's arm shook. He was surprised that this flame lotus possessed such explosive power. He was actually knocked back a few steps, and the net behind him trembled. At the same time, Long Chen, Yi Jikyu, Mo Nian, and Yue Xifen attacked. 2 rays of sword chi, a saber image, and an arrow shot out. Not good. This strike was perfectly timed with the flame lotus. Hence, the elder had no chance to recollect himself. His blade rumbled and divine runes flew out. Boom! His hasty block didn't even have half his true power. He was knocked back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. It had to be known that this combined strike from Long Chen, Mo Nian, Yi Jikyu, and Yue Xifen was something that even a Nether Passage expert couldn't take lightly. let alone receive with just half their power. However, a nether passage expert was still powerful. Although he had been injured, the net behind him didn't break. "Cloud," shouted Long Chen. Rune suddenly appeared in Cloud's eyes. 2 rays of light shot out, striking his net. "HMPH, you think you can break my domain? Keep dreaming." The elder was shocked and enraged. To be injured by soul transformation disciples was an insult. Although this injury was nothing to him, it still infuriated him. Seeing Cloud attack his net, which was a condensation of his life and death domain, he snorted. His blade slashed down. However, unexpectedly, when Cloud's attack landed, it formed a ripple that spread to form a giant black hole. Cloud's body entered the ripple and then vanished. The elder's blade landed on thin air. His life and death domain was still present, but Long Chen and the others had already vanished. But how is that possible? The elder was dumbfounded. He suddenly thought of a kind of divine ability that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow possessed that could ignore spatial bindings, the heaven-swallowing voidbreaker. However, the heaven-swallowing voidbreaker divine ability could only be used by descendants that possessed extremely pure bloodlines. Furthermore, they had to have advanced to the 11th rank first. These 2 requirements were a must, and yet Cloud had done it at just the 10th rank. Damn it, they got away. At this moment, the 2 other Nether Passage experts rushed over. The plan had been for the 3 of them to cooperate. Together, Long Chen and the others stood no chance. However, this flawless plan had actually met with failure. Looking at the direction Long Chen had gone, they didn't know what to do. "Do we chase?" "That's no good. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow speed is #1 in the world. Even the Golden Peng race has to concede defeat in that regard, so there's no way we can catch up. Hurry and report what happened here. Have the higher-ups think of something," said the injured Nether Passage expert. Sighing, he had no choice but to admit that he had been too careless. "His success," Mo Nian laughed, the others sighed, relaxing. "Long Chen, what is it?" Mengqi saw that Long Chen wasn't smiling. "I keep feeling like something's wrong." Long Chen shook his head. Li Tianxuan had told him that no one could calculate anything about him. If others were with him, their fates were linked with his, so Heavenly Fate Island shouldn't be able to calculate anything about Mo Nian or Yi Zhikyu either. Therefore, they shouldn't be able to track their location and direction so easily. "Fuck, what is this? Long Chen, you've all been expelled from the Martial Heaven Alliance." Mo Nian suddenly took out a jade plate on his waist. "Yes, I know. I discussed it with the Xuanhuan master before leaving. This is the only way to resolve the current crisis." Long Chen nodded. "What the fuck? Haven't you become everyone's target then?" Mo Nian was speechless. "I'm used to it. We would have left the Xuanchen Dao sect and the Martial Heaven Alliance sooner or later. Leaving now or later makes no difference," said Long Chen. "Mengqi, help me examine everyone spiritually, see if anyone left a spiritual mark on us." However, even after a couple of hours, Mengqi shook her head. She hadn't found anything odd, making Long Chen frown. This kind of result meant that they either weren't tracking them this way, or whoever had done it was at such a supreme level that even Mengqi's spiritual strength was unable to expose them. After hours of flight, Cloud had already crossed the eastern Chuan region and reached the Martial Heaven Sea Ring. Cloud's speed was truly amazing. Boom! Suddenly, the seawater exploded. A giant sea demon charged out, trying to bite Cloud. Chapter 1925, 1925. It was actually a shocking 12th rank sea demon. It had a pair of wings and suddenly flew out of the sea. This strange sea demon's mouth was exceptionally large and filled with sharp teeth. However, it had just flown out when Cloud opened its mouth, and a black light sword pierced through its head. It was killed in one blow. Cloud had refined the blue-eye peacock's essence blood, and her divine abilities only grew stronger, to the point where she could one-shot a 12th rank magical beast. Of course, sea demons were not magical beasts. Sea demons without any special bloodline only had average power. Compared to 12th rank magical beasts on the land, they were quite a bit weaker. Long Chen waved his hand, collecting the sea demon's corpse and tossing it into the black soil of the primal chaos space. The corpse was rapidly consumed, and life energy spread throughout the primal chaos space. The yin-yang immortal grass at the border between the black soil and the yellow soil finally showed some faint signs of recovery. Right now, for him to use the 7th form of split, the heavens required using the power of the yin-yang immortal grass to bear the impact. The yin-yang immortal grass had helped him out immensely during the previous battle. It had withered in the last fight, and it only recovered the slightest bit from the corpse of a 12th rank sea demon. There was still quite a distance before it was fully recovered. Not good, we've been surrounded. Meng Qi's expression suddenly changed. What happened? Asked Long Chen. Perhaps you're right and someone did mark us. There are experts gathering from every direction. There's no way we can escape, said Meng Qi. If there was no mark on them, then there was no way they could so accurately track their position. There were over 20 Nether Passage experts that had formed an arc ahead of them, completely blocking their path. Wanting to avoid them, Meng Qi had then sensed over 10 powerful auras blocking them off at the rear. Every single one of their movements was clearly within the control of their opponents. Long Chen's guess was correct, but unfortunately, Meng Qi's power was limited, and she couldn't find just what mark had been placed on them. Mo Nian Jikyu, it's going to be hard on you, help me stall them. Long Chen suddenly jumped into the sea. Upon jumping into the sea, he immediately saw a tiger wing white shark, a 10th rank sea demon. His spiritual strength stretched out, and he instantly took control of it. He made it swallow him and then swim into the distance. The tiger wing white shark was extremely quick in the water. It quickly shot through the water, and not a moment too soon. The seawater behind him suddenly trembled intensely, and a wall of runes sealed that space. Long Chen had managed to leave in time. Any later and he would have been trapped. Hurry, hurry! Long Chen urged the tiger wing white shark to swim at its highest speed. At the same time, he closed his eyes and tried to sense something. As he shot through the water, the feeling he was trying to sense grew stronger. Very quickly, he saw ripples appear in the water before him. A giant dragon scale was floating at the depths of the sea. The tiger wing white shark didn't dare to get anywhere near that scale. It struggled, actually fighting against Long Chen's control. Its fear toward the dragon scale was making it break out of his control. Long Chen released the tiger wing white shark, and it immediately fled for its life. Long Chen could only swim over with his own power. Once he got closer to the white scale, he felt its terror. This scale was like a sealed volcano. Once it erupted, it could destroy the world. Are you really planning on taking it? That's a true dragon's reverse scale. True dragons are supreme existences amongst the dragon race. Your chances of succeeding with your current power are less than a tenth, and if you fail, you will instantly be blown to bits, said Evil Moon. There's no other choice. You're sealed by the sovereign seal and can only use your power through me. Due to my cultivation base, you can't unleash your full power to save my brothers. This is the only way. Long Chen looked at the dragon scale that was just floating there motionlessly. Without hesitation, he reached out to touch it. His clothes instantly blew apart, and an irresistible pressure crashed down on him. Cracks spread throughout his entire body, and he almost exploded. Long Chen, give up. This is just the first wave. There's no way you can succeed, shouted Evil Moon. No, I will succeed. There is no other way. Long Chen took a deep breath. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he placed his other hand on the dragon scale as well. Long Chen's flesh exploded. Other than his head, his entire body was nothing more than a skeleton. Long Chen, Evil Moon was shocked. This dragon scale was even more terrifying than it had expected. Based on this, Long Chen had no chance of subduing it. Right now, Long Chen was just trying to form a connection with the dragon scale. He hadn't even activated its will yet, but he was already on the verge of collapse. To subdue a true dragon's reverse scale required using your own will and fully releasing the true dragon's will. Forcing things like this was simply suicide. Break! Long Chen roared, and the dragon scale suddenly began to blaze with light. A sacred dragon pressure erupted. Cracks covered Long Chen's skeleton. It looked like he would explode at any moment. It's over. Long Chen's definitely dead. Evil Moon sighed. Just how was a soul transformation disciple supposed to endure this kind of power? As the dragon pressure grew stronger, the seafloor cracked and the world shuddered. Just what dragon did the scale come from? How can it be so terrifying? As the pressure grew greater, Evil Moon became increasingly shocked. Azure dragons were what adult true dragons were called. As for green dragons, they were babies. The difference between the two was like a heavenly chasm. The green dragon's reverse scale fell off naturally, but the azure dragon reverse scale would only molt when the azure dragon went through its tribulation and ascended to a higher level. This dragon scale contained the dragon's will to contend against the heavenly Taos. It wouldn't even submit to the heavenly Taos, so what could possibly make it submit? However, Long Chen refused to believe this reality, wanting to use his own will to suppress the azure dragon's will. The current Long Chen had no idea what was happening around him. In his mental world, heaven and earth were crumbling. A giant azure dragon coiled through collapsing space, while Long Chen was floating in the air looking at it. He had to win. The azure dragon in his mind let out a roar, and Long Chen's felt like his soul was about to shatter. He knew he was on the verge of death. Submit! Long Chen also roared. He wasn't aware of this, but at that moment his skeleton had already shattered. He was left with just his head. Submit! 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 In Long Chen's mental realm, his roar resounded through the air. He was clashing with that supreme dragon might. As he roared, the stars in the sky of his mental world shook, as if each one was resonating with his words. Suddenly, the dragon in his mind vanished. Long Chen's head floated in front of the scale, his eyes closed. The dragon scale slowly floated toward Long Chen's head. Divine light flowed out of it, and the dragon scale actually began to crumble, with sand-like particles falling off of it and merged into Long Chen's head. His skeleton slowly grew back out. It's rebuilding his skeleton. Evil Moon let out a startled cry. The Azure Dragon reverse scale was the most precious part of the Azure Dragon. For Long Chen to be using it to rebuild his skeleton, he would truly be transformed afterward. Evil Moon didn't know what had happened. The Azure Dragon reverse scale was simply disintegrating and merging into Long Chen's body, rebuilding it. His new skeleton was white as jade and sparkled brightly. It possessed a terrifying pressure. When his skeleton was fully rebuilt, the final grain of the dragon scale was used up. However, as the dragon scale vanished, it was replaced with a fist-sized drop of blood. Azure Dragon Essence Blood. That scarlet drop of blood possessed a terrifying aura. It was like the energy within this single drop could destroy the entire world. The essence blood slowly merged into Long Chen's body. His skeleton became covered in tiny runes that looked like small dragons coiling around the bones. Flesh quickly grew out of his bones. Even his organs reappeared. In just a dozen breaths' time, his body had recovered and looked like it did before. However, there was a white dragon image in the middle of Long Chen's chest now. It was constantly coiling, and each time it spun around, Long Chen's blood chi would pulse. Damn, he might be unstoppable now, muttered Evil Moon. Just as the Azure Dragon reverse scale completely rebuilt Long Chen's body within the endless void, a giant eye slowly opened. That eye was larger than the surrounding stars. It looked through the cosmos, eyeing a small speck of dust in the great distance. Too slow. At this rate, you'll be killed before you even grow up. That's not in line with a 9-star heir. Yes. Long Chen, come out and fight. Long Chen had just dived into the martial heaven's sea ring when an angry roar rang out. That voice was very familiar. Suddenly, runes lit up throughout the sky and sea. Over 30 Nether Passage experts appeared, sealing the surrounding space. This time, they had formed 3 groups of over 10 people, each group forming their own formation and creating 3 layers. After their previous carelessness, they wouldn't allow Long Chen and the others to escape again. After being surrounded, a figure appeared in front of them, startling them. They all recognized this person. Chapter 1926, 1926. Huo Lian. Startled cries rang out. This person was Huo Lian, but he was surrounded by blazing flames, and his aura was completely different. He actually broke through to the Life Star realm, exclaimed Mo Nian. The current Huo Lian had a starry image on his forehead. He had not just broken through to Life Star, but his cultivation base had also stabilized at the first heaven stage. He was different from those Life Star Empyreans in the yin-yang world. Those Life Star Empyreans had just gone through their tribulations, and their power hadn't stabilized yet. Due to time constraints, they had joined the battle before their cultivation bases stabilized. They had been unable to fully unleash the power of the Life Star realm. But Huo Lian had not just broken through. He had also managed to fully stabilize his cultivation base at the first heaven stage of Life Star. Long Chen, come out and face your death, roared Huo Lian. His mission in the yin-yang world had ended in complete failure. Over 2 million disciples had turned into 37 people managing to barely escape with their lives. That couldn't just be described as failure. It was a catastrophic defeat. They had almost been annihilated. He, true immortal Jioki, and Zai Luo had even joined hands but had been unable to defeat Long Chen. That was a stain that he would never be able to wash away. Upon returning to the martial heaven continent, he had immediately chosen to go through his tribulation. He had already suppressed himself to the peak of the soul transformation realm for a long time, so he had long since possessed the ability to break through. If it hadn't been for the plan with the yin-yang world, he would have long since broken through. Hence, as soon as it was over, he chose to advance. Due to being suppressed at the peak for so long, he instantly broke through to the first heaven stage. After stabilizing his energy, he immediately charged over here. However, only after he roared did he find that, while the entire Dragonblood Legion was here, Long Chen was gone. "What's going on?" demanded Xuanhuan. "We're not sure. We don't know when Long Chen left," said one of the elders wearing the Flame Divine Palace's robes. All of them had ugly expressions. Long Chen had actually vanished at some point. If they couldn't kill him, he would become their nightmare. Monayan sneered, "Fools, your goal was Long Chen. But after getting through the first blockade, Long Chen left. Did you think he was going to just let himself be blocked a second time? HMPH, if Long Chen's run off, then we'll kill you first. There's nowhere for him to run anymore, so he'll be killed sooner or later," said Xuanhuan. His flame spear appeared in his hand, blazing with unprecedented divine power. "It seems that Long Chen's beating from last time wasn't enough to cure your illness. Is bragging so satisfying? Tell me, even if we were to stick our necks out for you to cut off, would you dare? Ignoring whether or not you can even kill us, even if we die to you, as long as Long Chen lives, you'll never be able to rest in peace. I understand Long Chen. For a normal person, 10 years isn't too late for revenge. For Long Chen, 20 years of continuous revenge is just the start. It's the kind of vengeance that chills you to the bone. Compared to Long Chen, I'm much more noble. At the very least, I just dig up graves, but Long Chen will make sure you don't have corpses to bury. Perhaps the current Long Chen can't contend against you, but what about your talented disciples? They'll be slaughtered to the last. After killing those geniuses, he'll then come for your old heads. I've been friends with Long Chen for many years, and I understand him far too well." "Thinking about the results, I'm even a bit excited," said Monayan while holding the 5-element sun hunting bow. The Nether Passage experts couldn't help feeling a chill. Although Monayan's words were only to frighten them, they all knew just who Long Chen was. He was known for his ruthlessness. There was nothing that he didn't dare to do. From the eastern wasteland to the central plains, just how many geniuses had he slain? Just how many sects had he destroyed? Perhaps even Long Chen himself couldn't keep track of them. If the Dragonblood Legion was destroyed, there would be nothing holding him back. He would become a wild devil and a future calamity for their sects. "HMPH, you think you can scare us? As long as we capture you, Long Chen will send himself to us." Xuanhuan smiled cruelly. "What an idiot! Do you think the Dragonblood Legion's people will go willingly with you? You think we'll let you turn us into hostages? You think the Dragonblood warriors are as cowardly as you?" Monayan almost sneered. "Xuanhuan, you're underestimating the Dragonblood Legion too much. Even if we have to kill ourselves, we won't let you capture us alive. In any case, our boss will avenge us. Your sects will all be destroyed, so what do we have to be afraid of?" added Xuanhuan. In the face of death, all the Dragonblood warriors were still calm without the slightest fear in their eyes. That calm was hair-raising. The Dragonblood Legion was called the Martial Heaven Continent's #1 Legion, and their most frightening aspect was their unity. They were completely unafraid of death. These Nether Passage experts were finally bearing witness to their terror. "HMPH, don't try to act tough. I don't believe there's anyone in this world really unafraid of dying," said Xuanhuan disdainfully. "There are many things that you don't believe in that are true," said Monayan. Taking out a strange object, he said, "What about this? Do you believe me when I say that no matter what kind of heaven-encompassing net you've laid down, it won't be able to trap me, Monayan?" The earth-splitting divine shuttle. That object made these Nether Passage experts' expressions change. The earth-splitting divine shuttle was a supreme life-saving treasure. It was famous on the continent now, and it was basically unstoppable. It was an extremely shameless divine item that would break through any formation they laid down. Even Nether Passage experts couldn't stop it. "You want Long Chen, but you can't get him. As for me, if I want to leave, you can't stop me," said Monayan indifferently. "Your earth-splitting divine shuttle can only fit a maximum of 5 people. Once you leave, the others will all die. I don't believe you would give yourself such infamy." Although that was what Xuanhuan said, his expression changed. The name of the Western wretch was not for nothing. Monayan spent his days digging up tombs, and despite how many people he had infuriated, despite how many times he had been surrounded, he was still living happily. It was all thanks to the earth-splitting divine shuttle. Although he was infuriated, Xuanhuan had no choice but to admit that if Monayan wanted to leave, no one could stop him. You really are an idiot. If Long Chen has left, why would I have to stay? I'll just help him in his revenge in the future. I won't just foolishly die with everyone. In the future, Long Chen will be in charge of killing the living ones, while I'll be in charge of digging up the dead ones. Bringing out your ancestral coffins to bask in the sunlight will be nice too, don't you think? Said Mo9. Naturally, corpses were meant to be buried beneath the ground. They weren't supposed to see the sunlight. The corpses could rot, decay, and even affect the family's karmic luck. In the past, although Mo9 had gone grave digging, he hadn't done something like that because that was too cruel. Mo9 wasn't quite daring enough to do it. He was also afraid of being struck by karma. However, if he was forced to do it, he would. If others played a shameless move, he would play 20. They would see just who was afraid of who. The surrounding experts' expressions darkened, as expected of a wretch. They wanted to kill him right here and now. Any sect or family with such an ancient inheritance would have their own ancestral heroic spirit guarding it. If their corpses were brought out, that would be a grave blow to any sect or family's karmic luck. As for Mo9, he could rob whoever's tomb he wanted. The Western Xuanhuan region's ancient family alliance had already suffered immensely. If Mo9 and Long Chen were to join hands, they would never find any peace in this world. The Nether Passage experts were simply dumbfounded for a while. They had thought that victory was already in their grasp, but now, they couldn't kill them and they couldn't capture them. They didn't know what to do. HMPH, you might be able to con others, but you can't con me. I refuse to believe it. Even if you all die, we still have ways to force out Long Chen. As for Mo9, we'll slaughter your Mo family to the last, sneered Xuanhuan. He wouldn't be threatened because Pill Valley had its gods and didn't need the protection of its ancestral heroic spirits. He wasn't afraid of Mo9's grave robbing. Not giving Mo9 a chance to speak, Xuanhuan's spear suddenly pierced toward Mo9. Hold it, shouted Mo9 suddenly. What, do you have any final words? Sneered Xuanhuan. Mo9 ignored his mocking, instead saying, how about we have a bet instead? Bet what? Asked Xuanhuan. You've advanced to the life star realm while we're all at soul transformation. Let's have a challenge. We'll pick out 5 people from our side to fight you. If you win, we'll go peacefully. We won't resist and you can use us as hostages. If you lose, I won't ask that you release us. I know that you don't have the authority to do that, so I won't make it hard on you. As long as you kneel down and call me daddy, that will be enough, said Mo9. You're courting death. Xuanhuan was enraged by this naked slap in the face. He had already advanced to the life star realm, and he no longer viewed Mo9 and the others as a challenge. Is that supposed to be a yes or a no? Snorted Mo9. If you have something to say, then say it. If you have a fart, then fart it, but wailing like a monkey is meaningless. Fine, I'll agree. Today I'll beat you black and blue. Xuanhuan angrily swung his spear, a spear image shot toward Mo9. Mo9 hastily blocked with the 5-element sun hunting bow. With a bang, he was sent flying back, blood flowing from his mouth. He stared in shock at Xuanhuan. This was just a random blow from Xuanhuan, but it still wasn't something that Mo9 could block. Xuanhuan's manifestation appeared behind him, and 2 figures were present within it. Flame energy surged toward him. Let's see just who will be calling who daddy. Xuanhuan suddenly smashed his spear down along with the surrounding flame energy. This attack caused the void to boom, and even the Nether Passage experts were startled. Chapter 1927. Xuanhuan's manifestation shook. The 2 statues within it seemed to possess their own life now. His manifestation is just one step from being fully awakened. The Nether Passage experts let out startled cries. The current Xuanhuan was truly like a god of fire. There was one extremely strict requirement for fully awakening one's manifestation, and that was to at least have reached the life star realm. After breaking through, Xuanhuan's manifestation had increased in power, and the divine might coming out of it even affected these Nether Passage experts. Not good. This bastard's manifestation is completely crushing what heavenly Tao energy we can absorb, said Mo9 gravely. Now there wasn't just a cultivation-based difference. Even in terms of manifestation, they were completely crushed. HMPH, one toad after another at the bottom of a well. In front of me, you're just ants. Just by myself, I can crush all of you, declared Xuanhuan. His flame spear exploded with light and pierced down toward them. Yijikyu's ice sword unleashed a sky of ice and snow to block this fiery attack. However, the ice and snow instantly vanished in front of Xuanhuan's flames. Yijikyu was then forced back 9 consecutive steps, her body covered in dense steam. HMPH, do you think this is still the yin-yang world? My flame domain can melt all things. Your ice domain can't bear a single blow from me, shouted Xuanhuan. The two statues behind him suddenly formed hand seals, and flame energy enveloped this space. Yue Zifeng suddenly attacked. There was no pressure from his attack, but his sword chi contained the will of the sword. It tore through the sky, even splitting Xuanhuan's flame domain. Oh, Xuanhuan was startled. He hadn't thought that anyone's attack would be able to break his manifestation. He raised his spear. Boom! The sword chi shattered, but a line of blood flowed out of the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth. He was actually injured. Die, Xuanhuan was startled and infuriated. Yue Zifeng's attack was too bizarre and was actually able to ignore the power of his domain. With a howl, a giant spear image shot toward Yue Zifeng. A giant arrow smashed into the spear image. However, it exploded upon contact, and the spear image didn't even slow down. What? Mo9 was shocked. His full-strength attack was actually unable to shake Xuanhuan's attack. The difference was too great. Xuanhuan's anger had provoked him into using his full power. Everyone, watch out. Xuanhuan's manifestation has greatly reduced the effect of our manifestations. We don't even have 70% of our normal attack power. Meng Qi sent a hasty spiritual message to everyone. Xuanhuan's attack was about to strike Yue Zifeng, and considering that Yue Zifeng's defense was weak, there was no way that he could receive it. A black light sword shot out as Cloud tried to receive the attack. At the same time, willow branches appeared in front of Yue Zifeng, forming a giant shield. Boom! Cloud's attack crumbled and Liu Ruyan's shield exploded. Yue Zifeng slashed his sword, and after going through Mo Nian, Cloud, Liu Ruyan and Yue Zifeng's attacks, Xuanhuan's attack finally exploded. However, Yue Zifeng also coughed up blood from the impact, which made the Dragon Blood warrior's heart sink. If others were injured, they could use Heavenly Tao energy to heal, but Yue Zifeng wasn't an Empyrean or a Celestial and couldn't heal. Being injured could be fatal for him. A group of trash. Come at me together, and I'll show you that the world's #1 legion is just a rabble of ants. Xuanhuan attacked once more. All the surrounding flame energy was absorbed in an instant by this attack. In the face of this terrifying attack, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Gu Yang, and the others were all forced to take action, but they were all sent flying. Do you see? This is the power of a Life Star expert world energy that controls the heavenly Taos. Do you know the difference between us now? Xuanhuan laughed mockingly. Bastard, if I also advanced to Life Star, I'd kill you with a fart, cursed Mo Nian as he flew back, but he also coughed up a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, all the Dragon Blood warriors began to shine. They summoned their Dragon Blood battle armor, and Gu Ran roared. Dragon Blood cross slash. However, this terrifying attack containing all their power was shattered by a single swing of Xuanhuan's spear. All the Dragon Blood warriors turned pale as paper. Some of them were even tottering on the verge of collapse. All their energy was actually unable to contend with Xuanhuan. Suddenly, one spear image after another shot out at Mo Nian, Yue Zifeng, and the others, once more sending them flying. Heavenly Dragon Flame Net. Xuanhuan raised a hand, and a net made of weaving flames captured Yi Zhikyu, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er. As long as I capture Long Chen's women, I'm not worried about him showing himself. If he doesn't show himself, I don't mind sending him a few green hats, ha ha ha. Xuanhuan had actually condensed the surrounding flame energy into a giant net. He pulled it toward him. The four of them struggled, but it was useless. Yi Zhikyu was surrounded by steam as she summoned her ice energy, but she was completely suppressed. Bastard, release my sisters. Liu Ruyan and the Dragon Blood warriors roared, but their attacks landed on a giant flame wall that forced them back. Suddenly, Swordlight appeared, creating an opening in the barrier. The blood-stained Yue Zifeng was flying back, his expression icy. Of them all, only Yue Zifeng wasn't suppressed by Xuanhuan's manifestation, and he was the only one who could possibly threaten him. Regretfully, he was still too weak. I didn't expect Long Chen to have such a loyal dog. All right, then I'll use your blood as a challenge to Long Chen. Xuanhuan pulled the net with one hand, while he threw his flame spear with his other hand. A trail of flame runes followed the flame spear as it flew through the air, igniting the space it passed. Let alone a physical body, even a star could be pierced by this spear. Zifeng, everyone let our heartrending roars. If this attack struck, Yue Zifeng would definitely die. However, the rapidly flying flame spear suddenly stopped in midair, and the Nether Passage experts guarding this region jumped in shock. Their barrier had actually been broken by somebody. Flames exploded and space twisted. The flame spear was actually unable to advance any further because a large hand had caught its tip. A blood-soaked figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That figure looked like a devil god that had crawled out of hell. "Boss," the Dragonblood warriors cheered. Although the flames blocked their vision, they could sense that familiar aura. Long Chen, those Nether Passage experts were dumbfounded. Long Chen had actually returned, charging through their barrier. Long Chen's hand tightly gripped the spear. It trembled intensely, erupting with flames, seeming to try to escape his grasp. However, it couldn't. Although Long Chen's body looked like it was covered in blood, in truth, that blood wasn't flowing outside his body. Instead, it was flowing within. His blood was flowing through him like tiny dragons swimming. The power of his blood chi caused the void to rumble. "What terrifying essence blood!" exclaimed one of the Nether Passage experts. He was from the Xuanhuan beasts, and Long Chen's current blood chi terrified him. He couldn't help but tremble and have an urge to flee for his life. As Long Chen's blood flowed within his body, his skin was constantly being torn apart and healing. It was a frightening sight, but it was like his blood chi would explode at any moment and destroy the world. The Azure Dragon Essence blood had rebuilt his body, but it still needed to fully merge with his blood. However, Long Chen couldn't wait any longer, and he had rushed over immediately. Because his body hadn't fully merged with the dragon blood before moving, it was tearing his body apart. Long Chen's arrival also shocked Xuanhuan. What was more shocking, though, was that his divine item was actually completely terrified and wanting him to save it. Suddenly, Long Chen's other hand reached out and grabbed the spear. Then, shockingly, he slammed the spear across his knee. Flames exploded, and a mournful wail resounded through heaven and earth. That terrifying blood-colored spear was actually forcibly broken by Long Chen. Xuanhuan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. As the spear's item spirit was linked to his soul, the spear's destruction caused a backlash. Affected by this backlash, the flame net that he had condensed dissipated. Yizikyu, Mengqi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er regained their freedom. Yijikyu's sword flashed as she prepared an attack. "Let me do it!" Long Chen's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Xuanhuan, raising a hand and launching a slap. Chapter 1928. Long Chen broke a powerful divine item with his bare hands as soon as he arrived, shocking everyone. Xuanhuan's head was still reeling from the backlash when Long Chen's hand slapped him across the face. Xuanhuan's head distorted, his bones breaking and his face caving in. The current Long Chen had yet to summon his divine ring, nor was he using the dragon blood battle armor. This was just the power of his physical body. The reason he didn't have them out was because he currently couldn't. His body hadn't fully recovered, and using his full power would cause his body to tear itself apart. The life energy in the primal chaos space had been used up, so there was no way that they could heal his injuries. Long Chen's physical body had reached a level that even he couldn't imagine. The Azure Dragon Essence blood was flowing within his body, constantly strengthening it. But as his power grew, his flesh tore apart and healed, tore apart and healed. Even though his body hadn't fully recovered, he felt that with his current strength, he could tear apart heaven and earth with his bare hands. This single slap almost killed Xuanhuan. Monayan and the others were staring in shock at Long Chen. His power was ferocious. Heavenly diagram suppresses the cosmos. Xuanhuan's manifestation activated, instantly healing his injuries. He let out a shout, and a giant divine diagram appeared, so high that it broke through the clouds yet still tore through the sea. It was the Brahma divine diagram. The two statues in Xuanhuan's manifestation began to chant. As a result, a ray of light shot out of the Brahma divine diagram at Long Chen. "Be suppressed," roared Xuanhuan. His divine spear was broken, making his heart drip blood. That spear had accompanied him for a long time and had been nourished by his soul. He had spent a huge amount of time and effort on it. It was a divine item with great potential but had now been broken by Long Chen. As for the Brahma divine diagram, although it was even more terrifying, it would always belong to Pill Valley, not him. Evil Moon appeared in Long Chen's hands. Its two dragon marks lit up, and a dragon's cry resounded through the air. An evil, murderous aura shot out. "Hee, I can finally fight on a higher level," Evil Moon laughed delightedly. Before, in the yin-yang world, when Evil Moon had loaned a portion of its energy to Long Chen, it had caused his scales to turn black. That was because Long Chen's own physical body was too weak, making their cooperation difficult. If Evil Moon had gone all out, Long Chen would have been unable to hold out before he could even attack his enemy. However, now that the Azure Dragon reverse scale had reforged Long Chen's body, Evil Moon could finally go all out. A black saber image tore into the sky. Behind that saber image was a giant black dragon. As that dragon roared, the saber image grew explosively. It absorbed the dragon image into it before it slashed toward the Brahma divine diagram. Boom! The black saber image sliced apart the Brahma divine diagram's attack. It also caused the surrounding space to crumble, and giant ripples spread in every direction. The clash between Evil Moon and the Brahma divine diagram made the barrier sealing this space explode. Those Nether Passage experts' expressions completely changed, and they hastily switched to blocking these shockwaves. Huge waves soared out of the sea. The water surged into the sky like it wished to devour the heavens. Impossible! How can he be so powerful? Hugh Lian hacked up blood. He had already advanced to the Life Star realm and was in control of world energy. He could inject his world energy into the Brahma divine diagram, and it would allow him to unleash 10 times the power. However, he was still unable to defeat Long Chen. Long Chen was also sent flying by the impact. The flesh of his arms became a mangled mess, however, his expression didn't change. Even as he flew back, he once more slashed his saber. As long as Long Chen's physical body was strong enough, Evil Moon could unleash its full power in its sealed state. After absorbing the metal-devouring Evil Dragon's marrow and core, Evil Moon had plenty of energy. A giant saber image flew toward the retreating Hugh Lian. The Brahma divine diagram automatically went to protect its master, appearing in front of him. However, without Hugh Lian's own energy, it was sent flying. The shockwaves of that clash caused Hugh Lian to cough up more blood, and he tumbled back. Just at this moment, a third saber image came crashing toward him. It had only been a few seconds from the first attack, and even those Nether Passage experts' expressions changed. Just how was it possible to unleash such ferocious attacks without accumulating any energy? That made no sense. Quick, save him! The Nether Passage experts charged out, but they were one step too late. Hugh Lian's body was spinning through the air as the saber image crashed toward him. A dozen attacks were unleashed at the same time, but it was too late. They couldn't block Long Chen's attack in time. Hugh Lian was struck head-on by the saber image and instantly exploded. However, as his physical body exploded, divine runes lit up within him. It was like a bright star within him was holding a fist-sized miniature version of him. It was his Yuan spirit which fled. Long Chen, how dare you destroy my physical body? I'll slaughter your whole family, your whole sect, roared Hugh Lian's Yuan spirit as he fled. The destruction of a physical body was not a minor inconvenience. It was half crippling his cultivation base. Even if he found a better physical body to possess, it wouldn't perfectly match his soul. Long Chen snorted and chased after Hugh Lian's Yuan spirit. However, Evil Moon said, "Don't chase him. Your physical body was just born and is like a baby. Any more and you'll harm your foundation. One more attack and then run." Only then did Long Chen notice that large pieces of his flesh crumbled like tofu. His current appearance was extremely frightening. That was the backlash of his attacks. Taking advantage of while the Nether Passage experts were still shocked, Long Chen raised Evil Moon, split the heavens 7. A giant saber image tore through the sky, slashing down like a river of stars. It fell in Hugh Lian's direction. "That's the wrong direction," Evil Moon roared. It wanted Long Chen to create an opening to run, but he actually attacked Hugh Lian. "Yes, you're right, don't worry and just support me." The saber image crashed down, causing the Nether Passage experts' expressions to change. If this attack struck Hugh Lian's Yuan spirit, he would definitely die. "Everyone block it," one of the experts wearing Pill Valley's robes shouted. If Hugh Lian died here, that would be a major impact on them. He was the future leader of the Flame Divine Palace. He couldn't be lost. All the Nether Passage experts attacked at the same time, their divine items unleashing rays of light. As a result, a giant net of interweaving attacks appeared in front of Hugh Lian. Boom! The saber image collided with their attacks, causing a powerful explosion. Astral winds devoured the sky. It was impossible to see anything. They ran. Hugh Lian had been saved. Thanks to their blockade, Hugh Lian's Yuan spirit had managed to flee into the Brahma divine diagram, and now there was no way that Long Chen could injure him. Just as they relaxed, they realized that Long Chen and the others had vanished. "Don't worry, they won't be able to escape. Hurry and report that they got away from us." That expert from Pill Valley snorted, clearly not very worried. "Long Chen, just wait. I won't let you have an easy death," roared Huolian. He felt like if he didn't roar to vent, he would explode. "Long Chen, are you all right?" As Cloud sped away, Chu Yao and Liu Ruyan both had a hand on Long Chen's back, unleashing their life energy to heal him. The current Long Chen didn't have that much flesh left on his body, and there were many places where his bones were sticking out. His frightening appearance distressed his women. Tang Wan'er in particular was crying. "Don't waste the effort." Long Chen took a deep breath. Chu Yao Mengqi and the others instantly turned pale with fear. "Hey, don't look at me like that. I won't die. I just meant that your life energy isn't doing much, so it's fine," said Long Chen hastily. "Scoundrel, are you trying to scare us to death?" raged Tang Wan'er. She wanted to beat him, but he was covered in wounds, so where was she supposed to hit? Just now, his words had almost made their souls flee from their bodies. "Long Chen, you're really a badass. You even managed to beat Hugh Lian. All right, I now no longer feel so jealous of your multiple wives and concubines," praised Mo Nian. The first part of his words was normal, but the latter was off. Just who were the wives and who were the concubines? Long Chen glared at him. Mo Nian was definitely trying to con him. "Long Chen, what do we do now? Where do we run?" asked Meng Qi. "It wouldn't matter where we go. Cloud, Chu Yao, Ruyan, Gu Yang, Li Qi, Minjuan, you've all been marked. No matter where we go, we won't be able to escape." Long Chen shook his head. Everyone's expressions changed, especially the people he listed. They didn't even know when someone had marked them. "Don't worry, once I recover a bit, I'll use the power of the dragon blood to erase that spiritual mark." Long Chen took a deep breath, a slightly relaxed expression finally appearing on his face. Chapter 1929. Bang! A beautiful white jade table was smashed to bits by the unfettered all-seer. That table had originally had a carving of the martial heaven continent on it. There had been a small light spot constantly moving over the martial heaven sea ring, but just then, that light spot had suddenly vanished. "How could this happen?" roared the unfettered all-seer. He had long since lost the air of a transcendent immortal. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. There were dozens of Nether Passage experts gathered in this room, and they had been sitting around the table. At this moment, the room was deathly silent. "Now isn't the time to get angry. Alert our people who are near the place where Long Chen vanished and have everyone gather there," said Pill Valley's master, Xuanhuan, who was equally gloomy. "It's useless. They have the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow. They'll just run." The unfettered all-seer took a deep breath and sighed. "Still, sometimes luck is also a kind of power. If Long Chen's luck runs out, perhaps he'll end up running into our people," said Xuanhuan. Although he also knew that this was just a way of comforting themselves, and the chances were infinitely close to zero. At this point, even the slightest chance was worth striving for. Xuanhuan announced, "Everyone can scatter. Although Long Chen got away this time, there's no need to fear. His weakness is clear. Such a person can fall for countless schemes and isn't worth fearing. He only managed to get away thanks to his luck, but he's been expelled from the Martial Heaven Alliance, so we have countless ways to kill him. Don't be dejected. Pill Valley's promise to you all will be fulfilled, so don't worry." These people came from the various large powers. People like Dai Long, Zai Wenchen, Zhang Ziyang, Long and Zhengking had left, leaving behind only a portion of their people to stay here to listen to Yu Zioan's orders. Those experts now rose and said their goodbyes. Once they left, the ones from Pill Valley also retreated, leaving behind only Yu Zioan and the unfettered all-seer. What ghost decided to screw us? The Martial Heaven Alliance's karmic luck has clearly reached its end, and Long Chen is clearly the evil star of the Martial Heaven Alliance's destruction. An easy win actually turned into such a state. The unfettered all-seer clenched his teeth, his expression ashen. Perhaps the Martial Heaven Alliance still has a little bit of power left, but that's fine too. Although we took some losses this time in terms of the big picture, we're still the winner. The Martial Heaven Alliance's destruction is essentially set in stone. Although they still have some sects supporting them and there are signs of resurgence, it's just the final burst of light from the setting sun. It doesn't change that they're on their last legs. Right now, the most important thing is still eliminating Long Chen. He's too strange. Even your Heavenly Fate Island is unable to directly calculate anything about him. He makes me uneasy, said Yu Zioan. He truly is strange. There are only a few existences outside the lines of fate. However, he isn't a good match for any of them, so it's impossible to tell just what kind of existence he is. Now even the 4 Fate Princes and the Vice Island Master have died to his hands. We've lost all our face and taken heavy losses, sighed the unfettered all-seer. Xuanhuan looked at him with a faint smile. There's no need to play this game between us. I know that your 4 Fate Princes were just deputies. The true Fate Princes are still in seclusion in your immortal caves. I would even hazard a guess that their cultivation bases have already broken through to the Life Star realm. Being exposed, the unfettered all-seer awkwardly smiled. This was one of Heavenly Fate Island's greatest secrets. He hadn't expected Xuanhuan to have such knowledge. Each of the true Fate Princes had a deputy Fate Prince. This was a strange custom of Heavenly Fate Island. If the true Fate Prince became the Island Master, then their deputy would also become the Island Master. In fact, the deputy would have even greater authority. That was because the true Fate Princes and true Island Master essentially never revealed themselves to the continent. They usually didn't step a foot out of Heavenly Fate Island for their whole lives. They were completely dedicated to researching the secrets of the heavens, and they were the true core of Heavenly Fate Island. As for the deputies, other than having to be greatly skilled in the cultivation techniques of Heavenly Fate Island, they also had to handle the business that Heavenly Fate Island had with the outside world. That was so that the true Fate Princes could focus on their cultivation, while the deputies were in charge of maintaining appearances. Of course, the death of the 4 Deputy Fate Princes was still a loss of 4 peak geniuses. It was also a kind of humiliation for Heavenly Fate Island. Be at ease. Our actions are all at the directions of the gods. When their divine blessing descends, your Heavenly Fate Island will definitely enjoy a greater share, promised Xuanhuan. The unfettered all-seer cupped his fists to express his thanks. The two of them discussed their plans for a couple more hours before the unfettered all-seer left. Once he was gone, Xuanhuan waved his hand, and an image appeared on one of the walls. In the image, there was a woman kneeling devoutly toward 2 statues. Those 2 were the gods that Pill Valley worshipped, Lord Brahma and Fallen Day-Night. The 2 statues were standing there. Divine light flowed out of their heads and immersed the woman kneeling before them. Bathed in that holy light, she was noble and majestic. Xuanhuan smiled as he looked at this woman. She was his daughter, Pill Valley's Pill Fairy, Xuanhuan. The current Xuanhuan was in a strange state. She was bathed in divine light, and divine flames were converging around her. This state was what Pill Valley called being immersed in the divine blessing. Xuanhuan was currently receiving the god's blessing. Xuanhuan, what will matter in the future isn't talent. Only a god's inheritance can allow someone to rise above others in a great era. Don't disappoint your father. Xuanhuan muttered to himself as he stared at the Pill Fairy. I heard that the girl from the Bloodkill Hall has also started receiving their divine blessing, but I believe you won't lose out to her. The future will belong to you divine sons and divine daughters. As for Long Chen, he's nothing more than an oddity. So what if we let him bounce around for a few more days? Xuanhuan shook his head disdainfully when he spoke of Long Chen. Although Long Chen had escaped this time, so what? Xuanhuan had already achieved his goal. The Martial Heaven Alliance was fractured, and Jianing had submitted to Pill Valley's threat, expelling Long Chen. Their morale would plummet. Moreover, there were plenty of agents planted within as well. Their foundation would grow more and more unsteady. Jianing's expulsion of Long Chen had caused great dissatisfaction with the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. It was the final seed for the next division of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Although Long Chen hadn't died and they had lost their battle in the yin-yang world, they were still the ultimate winners. Valley Master Xuanhuan has returned. One of the elders of Pill Valley walked in. I know what happened. Bring him to the Flame Devil Palace, said Xuanhuan. The Flame Devil Palace, Valley Master Yu. The elder jumped in shock, thinking that he had misheard. Having lost his physical body, Xuanhuan no longer has much value. Even if he does manage to advance to Nether Passage in the future, he'll be stuck at the 2nd step. Such a figure isn't worth raising. Going to the Flame Devil Palace is his only choice. Either he dies, or he manages to condense the Flame Devil body, gaining a Flame Spirit body. If he fails, then living would be a waste of resources anyway, said Xuanhuan. That elder was stunned. The Flame Devil Palace was a pool of terrifying flame devils, and it was used to punish traitors. If Pill Valley's experts betrayed them or broke harsh rules, they would be tossed into the Flame Devil Palace to be burned alive. Those people would die, and their souls would be absorbed by the Flame Devils, becoming their nourishment. The Flame Devils came from another world. They were violent, cruel, and bloodthirsty. They even slaughtered members of their own race. The stronger flame devils in the Flame Devil Palace were comparable to nether passage experts. To make Xuanhuan go there, his chances of survival were abysmal. Once he was inside, there were only two possibilities. He would either be devoured by one of the flame devils, or he would be the one devouring the flame devils. If he could succeed in doing so, he could possess a flame devil body, which would give him a flame spirit body. There had been people like Xuanhuan who had lost their physical bodies and wanted to condense the flame devil body. But in all of Pill Valley's history, those people had died. The elder had no choice but to leave upon receiving his orders. Xuanhuan once more turned back to the Pill Fairy, who was bathed in divine light. A look of great anticipation and expectations appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, we finally managed to escape. Fuck, those bastards are really insidious. We didn't even know when they marked us. Gu Yang and the others all felt much more relaxed after Long Chen unleashed the pressure of his dragon blood on them. They hadn't sensed anything before, but after this cleansing, they suddenly felt much more relaxed. Now, they became certain that someone had marked them. Long Chen was silent for a moment before saying, "It was mostly done while you were fighting those peak experts. Monayan and I were protected by divine light or powerful flames when fighting, so whatever they used, it wasn't able to stick to us. This mark is very strange. It actually sunk into your blood without you noticing. Even Meng Qi was unable to sense it. These bastards, they really come at us with one scheme after another. There's no beating them. They've already made their move for the future right as the battle begins." Gu ran cursed. Their enemies were too sinister with many backup plans. They had almost been killed because of this mark. After erasing the mark, Long Chen had Cloud slowed down a bit. After a couple more hours, since there was no more ambush, it meant that they were safe. Suddenly, Monayan stood up and announced, "Since everyone is safe, it's time for us to part ways. I'm very grateful to all of you for getting me more enemies. I'll be able to conduct even more archaeology in the future. Being able to take revenge while researching archaeology is like hitting two birds with one stone. I'll probably be very busy. Brothers, if you ever need work, come find me. Especially Brother Xuanhuan and Brother Zia Chen. Listen to your big brother, you can achieve huge things. Don't let hesitation bury your talent. Good steel must be used on the edge of a blade. Following Long Chen is definitely a waste of your talents. Remember, if you want wealth and happiness, come dig up an ancient tomb with me, and just one will be enough to make you rich. A small tomb will be enough to support a family, a big tomb will be enough to create a nation." "Scram, stop trying to steal my people," raged Long Chen. "All right, I won't waste time arguing with a petty little man who can't even handle a life-and-death brother asking for some helpers. Long Chen, just wait. I'm going to do something so huge that will make you die of envy, ha ha ha." Monayan summoned the earth-splitting divine shuttle and instantly vanished from sight.